Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Okay, sorry, we're muted. Dang it, I got two mute buttons. Okay, good morning, all my lovely court junkies. One sunny day. Thank you for liking. You are first in chat. We have several things to kind of catch up on. First of all, we have the Lori Daybell. She'll be on at 1 o'clock our time. Woohoo! We get to enjoy seeing her. And then we have the Cemetery trial. That is, how do I put it? Are we behind? What day is this? That's day 6. Cemetery trial. And we are not going to really be following that one super close because they're still in closing arguments. So now what we're going to do, we're going to go to the wonderful Linda Stermer trial. I was wanting to, I'm getting it queued. Excuse me. Monica Semi trial Q in Stermer Day 6. Okay. I don't know why my computer's glitching. Because we had somebody that we did not watch. It is her best friend, was a good friend of hers who worked with her. And this woman is steaming, scathing. So we're going to watch that real quick. And then when Lori Daybell goes live, we're live with Lori. I will be updating you on the Cemetery trial. Okay? Because I don't know if I can handle listening yet another day of that woman's, what's her name? The prosecutor. I can't. Good morning, Miss Morales. Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, Elena. Hola. Okay, let's get into this because she is crazy.
Ma'am, before you have a seat, I'll swear you in if you raise your right hand. Please do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled in, we'll have you State your full name and spell the last, please.
Catherine K. Fox, Fox.
Thank you, Ms. Sitterby.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fox, do you know Linda Stermer? How did you know Linda Stermer?
We met through our children.
How did your children spend time together?
My daughter was a cheerleader and her son played football.
So they went to school together.
They did.
And was there a time that you worked with Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was, when you started working with her?
Roughly June of 06.
Had you been working there prior?
No,
Did you both start on the same day?
we did. We interviewed and started on the same day.
And what place of employment are we talking about?
Chemlink, that was first located in Kalamazoo and then moved to Schoolcraft.
I didn't know there really was a town called Kalamazoo.
And how well did you know her before you started working together?
I'd only known her for a few months.
So it was really just more through your children?
Well, once we started talking, we hit it off pretty well. We were friends.
Did you have some common interests?
Besides the kids, horses, we went to auctions together. We bought a lot of furniture. I refinished old furniture, so we went to the auctions and bought old furniture.
And you said something with horses. Did you do
She had horses. My daughter was horse crazy, so we spent time there for my daughter to be able to ride and things.
Did you go any horse shows or pick up horses or anything like that with her?
No, I didn't have much to do with that part of it.
So you started working on the same day. Did you end up carpooling together to go to work?
We did.
Did you
Because
start that right?
we both lived in Lawrence, and it was quite a drive to Kalamazoo.
Did you
so-
start that right away?
Kalamazoo
Yes.
is a fun name.
So as soon as you got the job.
Kalamazoo.
Pretty much, yes.
Giggle every time I hear it.
So that would have been June of about 2006, you said.
Yes,
Did you guys get close as you were spending time together?
yes,
And did you talk a lot in the car?
yes,
Did you talk about Linda's marriage?
yes.
What did she tell you about her marriage?
She told me that her husband was abusive to her. She was very unhappy in her marriage.
Did she say she wanted out of the marriage?
Overrule that.
Yes, she said she wanted out of the marriage.
Did you see any evidence of any physical abuse on Ms. Stermer at all?
Not once, not ever.
At some point, did she talk to you about Chris Williams?
She did.
And what did she tell you about Chris Williams?
They were having a relationship.
Do you know when that started?
I am not sure. I don't know how long after it started before she talked to me about it.
Was it shortly after you started working there?
It was at least a couple of months.
And what did she say about Chris Williams?
That he was extremely important to her.
How did she describe her feelings for him?
She wanted to be with him.
Do you recall ever overhearing any conversations between her and Mr. Williams
Yes, they talked pretty much every night on the way home on the phone.
in your car?
She usually drove.
So she talked as you guys were driving back and forth?
Yes,
Did she say if this relationship was sexual?
she did.
What'd she say about it?
She said it was the best lover she ever had.
Your Honor, it's what the defendant said. She's describing her relationship.
Still
Oh.
relevance.
I find it relevant.
And it's
As
showing
opposed
she's
to-
gone on examination under oath,
I'll
saying
allow
she
it.
is, thank you, Your Honor. So she said that he was the best lover she ever had.
Yes.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived?
I had occasion to go there with Linda. I never went inside the house, but I did sit in the car while she went inside after work a few times.
How long were you sitting outside?
Half hour, 45 minutes.
Did she say what she was doing inside?
It seemed implied. I didn't ask.
And she told you that's Chris's house?
Yes.
At some point, did the police contact you about Mr. Williams
About him,
or ask you about him?
when I talked to them, yes.
Did you tell them where Mr. Williams lived?
I believe so.
Were you aware of any phones that Linda had?
Yes.
And what did she have in terms of phones?
She had one phone that was the phone that her family knew about and another phone that they didn't.
And how did you know that the family didn't know about that phone?
Because she told me that.
Did she tell you where she kept it?
Sometimes she left it at my house, and sometimes she told me she had found a spot underneath the dash in her Blazer where she could put the phone.
Did you hear her talking on that phone?
Yes.
And who was she talking to?
Chris.
I want you to think about an incident at Thanksgiving prior to the fire. Did you call the police?
I did. That was in 2006.
So just a little less than 2 months before the fire, correct? If I told you the fire was
Yes,
January 7th
yes.
of 2007? And can you tell the jury then why you called the police?
I called the police because she called me hysterical and said that she had a gun and wanted me to give her one good reason not to shoot him,
Not to shoot him?
not to shoot Todd. And I did my best to calm her down, but at the end of the conversation, I still wasn't comfortable that things had calmed down, and so I called the police.
Good for you. That was a smart thing.
Did you know she had a gun prior to that?
I didn't. I'd never seen a gun.
Doesn't mean she didn't have one.
Had she ever talked about shooting him before that?
She talked about various ways that she had thought about getting rid of him.
What did she say to you?
She talked about shooting him. She talked about running over him with her car, poisoning him.
And she talked about all this with you.
Yes.
And why was she talking about this? I'll rephrase.
Yeah, that's sustained.
What was the context of that conversation?
Generally, it was when she was talking about how unhappy she was in her marriage.
She ever talked to you about Todd being suspicious of her?
Not until late in 06. Or yeah, it was late in 06. She said that she felt like he was getting suspicious.
She talked to you about a post office box?
Yes, I actually went with her when she opened that post office box.
Why? What was?
Because she had credit cards and phone bills and things that Todd didn't know about, and she had the bills sent to the post office box so that he didn't see them.
And you went to that post office box?
I did. There were several occasions when I went and got the mail out for her and gave it to her.
So you actually picked it up for her?
Yes.
You were helping her cheat on her husband.
What was your relationship with Todd Stermer, if any?
From initially, from when our friendship started, she had told me that he was jealous of the time that we spent together and that he didn't like me. So I didn't have contact with Todd.
And that was because of what she said to you?
Yes.
After the fire, did you talk to her about the fire?
I asked her about it. She told me that her attorney had advised her not to discuss it.
So you didn't have any conversations
We
with
did
her about
not, no.
it? Did she ever say anything about Todd being run over by a van?
She did.
What'd she say?
She told me that she had run over him with the van.
She tell you why?
No. Well, she said it was smoky and she didn't see him, that he had run out of the house and she was trying to get in the van to go for help.
What? It was smoky.
Did you talk to Kathy Ilg about any concerns you had?
Yes. I told her I felt like I needed to speak to the police, but there was so much sympathy for her at work at that point after the fire that I didn't feel like I could go to them directly.
So you didn't want to go directly?
No, I didn't want anyone to know that I had contacted them because it would have made my life really hard at my job.
After the fire, did Ms. Stermer ever give you her locker keys from work?
She took some time off after the fire and she said there were things in her locker that she needed me to take out for her.
Do you recall what those items were?
I never looked at them. It was just a bag of stuff that was in the locker.
And then where did you take those?
I took them home with me.
Were you able to give them back to her?
Eventually, initially they had been set on top of a trunk in my house. Someone had opened it at some point and the bag had fallen behind it and I couldn't find them. And she was very angry.
I bet.
What was she saying to you?
She accused me of stealing them or keeping them intentionally.
Were these paper items or were they items?
It felt like a bag of mail.
Eventually, did you find those items?
I did.
Did you give them back to her?
I did.
And did
Did
she
you store
apologize
anything
for
at your
being a witch?
house for her?
No.
Like I said, occasionally the phone, before the post office, sometimes bills, phone bills.
When you talked to deputies about Mr. Chris Williams, were you able to describe his vehicle?
Yes.
And you also then knew his address?
Well, I didn't know the exact address, but I knew how to get there. I'm not very good with streets in Kalamazoo.
So you just told them the location?
Basically, yes.
Did Linda ever ask you to lie for her when she was with Chris?
Like I said, I had no contact with Todd, so no.
Did you ever have any further conversations about what happened on the fire, the day of the fire, or about her running him over?
No, I'm pretty sure she only told me that the one time. And honestly, I didn't want to know.
Did Linda call you a few days after the fire and ask you to go out to the scene?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how long it was. It was shortly after the fire.
Oh, thank you.
She
so
called
much.
me. It was late at night. It was
bad.
pouring rain. And she said she needed me to bring a flashlight and come out to the house because there was a coffee cup in the dishwasher that had not been run. And she needed to find that cup because it had tranquilizer in it. And she didn't want the investigators to locate it.
At some point, did your relationship start to dissolve?
Yeah.
Yes.
She said tranquilizer.
And can you tell the jury why your relationship started to dissolve?
I had loaned her $5,000 because she told me that her mortgage was about to default and she was going to lose her house. And I had gotten paperwork in the mail for a signature loan for $5,000. So she asked me if she could borrow the money and said that she would make the payments on it and that it would help build my credit. So I did. I took the check, I signed it, I went to my bank, I deposited it, and I had a bank draft drawn up to Linda Stermer for the $5,000.
So you gave her then the entire $5,000?
I did.
And this was a loan in your name?
Yes.
And you did it, why?
I didn't want her to lose her house.
And are you talking about the house that had burned? Or
Yes.
Talking about, okay. But it was your understanding she needed this money to keep that?
Yes.
And keep the property?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And once you gave her the money, it was your understanding she was going to make payments?
Yes.
And did that occur?
No.
How did you find that out?
Several months later, one of the bills came because I hadn't even been opening them. I was just giving them to her. A bill came and it said final notice. So I opened it and realized that not one single payment had been made.
Oh, what a win.
And this was just in your name.
Yes.
So what did you do once you found this information out?
I confronted her at work
And where did you confront her at work at?
in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? And tell me what happened during that.
She looked me in the eye and said she never borrowed money from me.
And what did you do?
I was angry. I yelled. I was very verbally abusive. I was very angry.
Because now you had to pay that $5,000 back.
Yes.
And what did Ms. Stermer do then when you became angry with her?
She said a couple of things before she walked out of the bathroom, like, stop touching me, get away from me. And then she went out of the bathroom and I followed her into the hallway and continued basically yelling at her.
Did you both get in trouble at work?
No,
You didn't get in any trouble?
no,
Was that the last time you talked to her?
that would probably
Any substantial conversations after that?
not that I recall.
She ever pay you back?
No.
Who's Steve Benny?
My brother.
When was the last time you had a
Oh, she
conversation with your
said
brother?
that with a lot of love.
My mom's funeral in 2001 until I introduced him to Linda in 2007.
And then you introduced him to Linda?
Yes. He had property and she needed a place for her horses to stay.
So you connected the two of
So
them?
I connected the two of them so they could make that happen.
Did you talk to your brother anytime after that?
No.
Have you seen him?
No.
Have
Only
you
at
been-
funerals, and we don't have conversation.
So from 2001 to 2007, there was one conversation about connecting him with Linda?
Good morning,
Basically,
Jess.
My brother and I have never been close.
Jesse.
Anything else that Ms. Stermer told you over the course of your friendship about either the house or her relationship or Chris Williams that I failed to ask you about?
I don't think so.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I just want to get a couple housekeeping things done from what a prior witness said. You and Linda, as I understand it, you started at Chemlink on the same day, June 5, 2006, sound right?
That sounds right. Sometime in that area.
Linda helped you get the job, right?
Yes.
You two worked the second shift?
Yes.
Right. I used to work in a factory once. Would second shift be 3 to 11?
Yes.
And Chris Williams, he worked the first shift, am I right?
Yes, he did.
What would the first shift be?
7 to 3.
Okay. He was a truck driver. Do you know whether he was in the same building as you
It was all one building.
in Schoolcraft?
Yes.
But he'd be leaving as you were coming on, correct?
Yes.
And you and Linda became almost like best friends, am I right?
I thought so.
Chris Williams, you're saying Linda had started having a relationship with him, all right?
That's what she told me.
Okay, do you remember when it started?
Specifically, no. Like I said, I don't know how long it had gone on before she mentioned it to me.
Do you recall? Well, it wasn't a big secret around Chemling, was it?
That they were seeing each other?
Yeah.
I don't think it was common knowledge. There were a handful of people that may have known.
No love lost between these two women.
We'll return to that. Let me just make sure I get this timeline right. You start June of 2006 with Linda, right?
Yes.
Working the same shift, going to work, traveling every day because you both worked long ways from
Yes.
Schoolcraft. Then in Thanksgiving of 2006, November of 2006, there's this incident that happens that you told us about, right?
Yes.
Where you were the one who called the police, am I right?
Yes.
Because Linda, you said she had a gun and give me one reason why I shouldn't shoot this guy to death.
Yes.
Right. That's what you
One
told
reason?
Michigan State Police. You called them.
I called 911. Who I
Life
talked
without
to,
the
I couldn't
possibility
say.
of parole.
Let
I
me
think that's a good reason.
show you if I may approach, Your Honor. Thanks. You justified in a prior hearing, am I right?
Yes, I did.
Under oath?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Subject to the penalty
Look at
of
her
perjury?
attitude. Look how the attitude changes. She goes from sitting forward in the chair to coming back and yes, sir. So let's keep watching. It gets good.
Yeah,
And you swore to tell the truth?
I did.
And you did tell the truth. In that
Good
hearing.
question.
And you did tell the truth.
Yes.
Is that a
I did tell the
question?
Thank
truth.
you. I want to turn your attention to page 192, if I may.
He's so going to try and impeach her.
Are you there?
Yes.
And there are a bunch of numbers, of line numbers on the sides. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Question was asked,
Mhm.
you told the police
Yeah.
that there was a gun involved in that incident. Ma'am, are you sure? Your answer was,
Yeah.
they specifically asked me while I was on the phone if I knew if there were any firearms in the house. And I stated at that time, yes. See that?
She told me she had a gun.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
That was the question and answer you gave under oath, am I right?
Yes.
Then the question, that there was a firearm in the house or that there was a firearm being involved in the incident. And your answer was, you told them that I knew there were guns in the house. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was
I don't
your-
remember saying guns, but I
Mhm.
did say there was a gun in the house.
That was your testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
And when you swore to tell the truth and you gave that answer to that question, it was the truth.
Yes.
And you knew that at that time, you need to make sure you're telling the police detailed information so they can help your friend.
I told them what she told me.
Oh, she stands her ground.
Isn't it true? There's nothing in here about, give me one reason why I should shoot that guy. Well, I shouldn't shoot him.
One,
Am I right?
what are you saying?
Nothing in that transcript that where you swore to tell the truth that I just read says anything that you told the police about
I'm
Linda
here
saying,
for it.
give me one reason why I shouldn't shoot that guy. Am I right?
Oh, that's what that guy reminds me of. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Oh. Oh my God. He reminds me of the Mr. Clean dude.
I thought that I had.
The question was, am I right in the questions and answers that I read?
So bad.
You gave her.
I just asked her to look at those questions and answers.
Well, why don't you let her finish and then you can ask your question.
I did tell them that she told me she had a gun.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, this is November 2006. I want to speed forward a little bit to the timeline. In January of 2007, right at the time of the fire, you had been hospitalized, am I right?
Yes.
You had been hospitalized in a psychiatric facility,
Yes.
am I right? And you were diagnosed with severe depression.
Situational depression.
Your Honor, I guess I'm just going to object unless this would affect her memory. I don't know if we really need to go into her medical history.
She was hospitalized for a psychiatric condition. It goes to what she remembers and what she's able to tell us now
I don't think
about the time of fire.
that anything that happened to her would affect her memory.
Relevance in 401.
I'm not saying the relevance, so I'll sustain that
Thank you,
objection.
Your Honor.
Oh, snap. He sustained that objection. Guys, I don't hear people really using the word situational depression. It is very true. It's very real, but most people don't use that verbiage. I'm all for it.
Then the fire happened, am I right?
Yes.
January 7th. And then you have told our jury that your friendship dissolved over a loan of $5,000. You remember that?
Sorry.
I do.
And that culminated in a big verbal argument.
Yes.
All right. That big verbal argument happened July 31 of 2007.
Yes.
All right. You had found out shortly after or before that Linda wasn't making payments on this loan you'd made, right?
Shortly, very shortly before that.
Because you were hot, right?
Yes, I was angry.
Okay. And that's the reason your
Slightly.
friendship dissolved.
There were a lot of things that
You wanted to help me build my credit. I loaned you the money and you destroyed my credit and you didn't pay a penny. Yeah, I'm going to be a wee bit pissed.
led up to that, but that was the last straw.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to your testimony. Again, you have that with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Say yes. Page 201, line 5 to 13. Let me know when you're on page
Yeah.
201
Too hard.
Line 5.
to 13.
Like I said, there were a lot of things that culminated in the relationship ending, but yes, I recall
When you
testifying to
were,
that.
when you were interviewed by Detective Rout and you gave this
Here we
testimony
go.
under oath at that hearing, you were asked, isn't it true that you told Detective Rout when you were interviewed by her on May 17, 2007, that your relationship with Linda Stermer pretty much dissolved in February of 2007 after she had received so much sympathy from her coworkers and Linda was transferred from second shift to first shift, and this angered her, you,
Yes,
because the plan had been for the two of you to move together to first shift. Isn't that true? And your answer was?
yes,
Yes. So your relationship dissolved in February of 2007 because you were angry that she had gone to
I
first
wouldn't say
shift.
it dissolved at that point. We still had contact after that.
Hmm.
Not nearly as often, and we were still working together
That fact that
at
she,
the same place.
the fact that she went to, well, she was on first shift now and you were on second. True?
Yes,
Now, my question is, not only did it anger you, you felt betrayed, didn't you?
I started to realize how many lies she had told me.
Because you think she lied when she made you this promise, or you guys talked about, we're going to go to first shift as a package deal.
Yes, and she never even gave me a heads up that she was changing or talking to anyone about changing shifts.
Do you understand that on January 7th, she lost her husband and her 3 teenage kids lost their father?
I know, I feel bad for her kids.
And so she had to take care of 3 teenage kids who
And
were school aged, right?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
And you understand that she asked management, can I change shifts so that I can accommodate the school schedule? True?
true.
And so you felt betrayed by that as she lied to you?
The way she did it.
It sounds petty. That sounds petty.
Well,
And it was much bigger than that.
trying to, you did feel like she lied to you, right?
Often,
Did-
yes.
No, about that.
About that specifically, yes.
Then in May 11 of 2007, Linda accused you of spreading rumors at work that she had killed Todd. Isn't that right?
I may have talked to somebody about that, yes,
Yeah, you may have talked to a woman named Jen, a coworker.
possibly.
Well, possibly. Let's look at if I can refresh your recollection. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, you may approve.
I'll have you read this. Let me read that asterisk paragraph. You don't read it yourself.
That sounds right.
Refresh your memory now? Matt?
I don't remember who Jen was, but yeah.
Refreshes.
I know I talked to someone, I just didn't remember the name.
Okay. That you were accused by Linda of telling another coworker by the name of Jen that Linda killed her husband. True?
Yes, because I
You-
believe
you
that's
can
what
Excuse
happened.
me, ma'am. You can understand how someone might be upset
Excuse
when a
me,
coworker
ma'am?
is spreading rumors at work that she was a murderer. You can imagine how upsetting that might be. True?
Sure.
So that's May 11. And then right after that, you and Kathy Ilg get this idea of you want to go to the police to tell the police things, but you don't want it to come back on you. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you told Kathy, I need you to make a phone
Well,
call.
I didn't tell Kathy. I discussed it with Kathy, and Kathy offered to call them and have them come to me
Okay, so Kathy offered to be the go-between between you and the police. Am I
just for that incident.
right? In May of 2007.
Yes.
Then you had Officer Rout come to your work. Am I right to interview you?
Yes.
Even though at that time you lived about a mile from the MSP post. True?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you also lived about 5 minutes from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes.
You could have certainly gone down there. Yes?
The point was to avoid conflict with people at work that were feeling sympathy for her.
Okay. So that's why you had the police
Come to
come
me.
to work for this big show that the police are talking to you while you wanted to avoid conflict with the people at work.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Then we have this.
Okay, I don't see it that way. Yes, Yana, you're right. There is an ICD-10 for this. Situational depression can be my dog dying and I got real depressed. My sister, that kind of stuff, or other things. But I stopped it here because he's hammering in. You lived close to the police department. You could have gone to them, but instead, what do? You have them come almost an hour or whatever, drive all the way to your place of business so people can see you with the police. He's trying to make it out like she did it for the attention. Here's the thing. It's one thing for her to go to the police and sit down and it be on court of record that she went to the police. It's another thing if the employees see the police come to the work and ask for her and she goes and speaks with them, because that looks like they're investigating it and that she's not running and snitching, thus avoiding drama at work. Not a bad, she's not a dumb cookie. I just think this lawyer's trying to take it to a direction that it was not. And he's trying to make her look like she was just trying to cause drama.
Issue that happened because
I
of
need
a
a
loan,
drama
right?
llama.
Where you confronted Linda in the bathroom
Yes.
at work, right?
Yes.
And you got verbal,
I did.
but didn't get physical,
I never touched her.
never touched her. Yet you were convicted for assault.
I pled no
Excuse me.
contest because she had
Objection,
already
Your Honor.
convinced the police that I had done that.
The question is this, you were convicted of assault.
I don't really know what the point of talking about convictions is, if it's relevant or not.
She already said, she said she never laid a hand on it, Linda.
Is this out of this incident?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I guess I'm also then concerned that assault can mean also not,
Right.
it can also mean put in fear of. It doesn't necessarily prove that there was any sort of battery.
Right.
So I also would ask for an instruction on that for the jury so that they understand what an assault and battery is. And it's considered to be just.
Your Honor, I don't know if we need a speech instead of a legal objection.
Oh,
There's-
snap. Okay, guys, let's be honest. What she said is true. Verbal assault, physical assault, and there have been people that lie all the time about being assaulted. I don't see why this is
It's
relevant.
been a legal objection. In light of the prosecution reminding me of the elements of the assault, I find it more confusing than,
Well, let me see if I can clarify this.
Oh,
so I'm not
please
allowing you to
do.
go into that anymore.
Okay. Right after this incident, you contacted the police again, Detective Rout, am I right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Linda Stermer asked you to close out her post office box, am I right?
Clean out her post
Clean out.
office box.
And you closed it out though, didn't you?
I don't remember if I took everything out or if I actually closed the box. I think I originally said that I closed the box, so I assume that's what I did. It's been a long time.
Understood. Closing the box means closing the account because she didn't want
Right.
Todd to find out.
But I, like I said, was with her when she opened that post office box.
You weren't a signer on the box. It was her box.
I had a key.
You had a key and every now and then she'd give you a key for that post office box. And if you needed to get stuff for her, you did.
Yes.
Are you telling our jury, the U.S. Post Office in Pawpaw,
Yes.
that the federal government, the U.S. Postal Service, allowed you to close out a box for a third
I
party?
don't think she'd have any knowledge of what the post office is doing. I think she can talk about her actions and what she did. I don't think she
True.
knows what the post office did.
This is impeachment. This is cross-examination. I'm allowed to get into this.
If you lay a foundation
Yes.
that she knew.
Have you ever opened a post office box before? Ever?
Yes, once in South Haven.
And when in South Haven, did you ever close that box?
Yes.
And when you open the box, you have to show ID, don't you?
I don't remember. That would have been in the 80s.
You wouldn't know if you just simply say, I'm Kate Fox, I'd like to open a box, and they give you one.
If I had to show ID, I'm sure I did.
And you have to fill out some type of form or application. They don't just give you a key, right?
Right.
When you closed your box, you had to prove it was you. True?
Your Honor, I prefer to ask her if she remembered because it appears
Your Honor,
that
we don't need a
she's
speech.
struggling with her memory on what actually occurred. I can listen to her mouth.
Oh.
That specific.
Ma'am, can't talk at the same time, okay? So what is the question right now, Mr. Mueller?
Question is, well, let's say, did you ever testify under oath that the U.S. Postal Service allowed you to close a postal box for another person?
I'll allow that question for
Yes.
impeachment.
You testified to that under oath,
Yes.
but you don't know if they actually would allow you to do that, right?
I believe they did.
Do you recall?
I know I cleaned the box out that day.
Do you recall showing ID to the postal office that day? You remember
I
cleaning out
don't
the
Yes,
box?
remember
Yana, it
whether I had to
is.
show ID or
But I'm
not.
for
You
it.
don't recall what you had to do, am I right?
Right.
Now, this issue of a coffee cup that Linda talked to you about, you needed to get in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Because she wanted, I think you told us that the coffee cup had tranquilizer in it,
Yes.
Right. but she didn't give
Yep.
any tranquilizer to Todd
She told me
Stermer.
she didn't give it to him because she found out that he had already taken something for sleep.
Okay, he took something for sleep. Are you aware, do you have any evidence to corroborate for our jury that Linda Stermer told you any of this?
No, I don't.
Are you aware that Dr. Markey, the medical examiner, has testified Todd Stermer didn't have any drugs in his system, none except caffeine?
Your Honor, that's not correct statement of what was actually found by Dr. Markey. There were drugs found in his system.
Really?
He listed
You're
them out on
testifying-
toxicology.
In his system is in the
He is testifying through his questions.
blood active in his system. Council knows that.
I think asking her about what the doctor found is inappropriate.
No, I just asked if she was aware.
No, I wasn't aware of it.
Hmm.
Man, do you think you're a truthful person?
Yes, I do.
Do you think you're a deceitful person?
No.
Well, wouldn't it be a little bit sneaky when you went with Kathy Ild to call the police?
I'm gonna object to this. I don't understand what this line of
It goes
questioning
right to
is.
credibility.
I
It's
think
argumentative.
Goes
maybe a
right-
different word besides sneaky. It looks like you're going for truth and
Would
deceit.
it be deceptive that you went through a third party to talk to the police?
It didn't feel like it at the time.
Not to you.
Not to me, no.
So you don't feel like you're deceptive or
I
untruthful?
felt like I needed to talk to them.
This question is, you don't feel like you're untruthful, right?
No,
And you don't feel like you're deceptive, right?
no.
You're not asking, answer it, I'd ask you to move on.
There's an objection asked and answered. I'm sustaining.
Thank you. Would your siblings agree with you?
Hello.
Not my brother, but I don't have a relationship with my brother. My
No.
sister would tell you that
And
I'm
would be-
honest.
And that would be Steve, right?
Yes, it would.
Steve Benny.
Yes.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Ooh. Okay, so she's writing a note. I bet she's going to give it to him. I wonder if he's going to do anything. Wow. Y'all. I kind of like her. I think I could go hang with her. Don't piss her off.
I believe
Don't piss her
that
off.
Attorney Mueller was asking you about your prior testimony and whether you had talked to them about whether she said she had a gun.
Yes.
And do you recall looking at the testimony then? I'm going to actually
That
have
woman
you
reminds
go
me of
through
an
all of
actress.
your answers.
I can't remember her name.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and just yes instead of nodding your head.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, so I'm going to have you read to me, because I believe he was concentrating on particular lines.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have you read from 15, line 15, which I believe he was talking to you about. And I'm going to actually have you continue down to line 24. If you could just read that. The same page you had, I believe it's 192.
All right, the question, you didn't tell the police and things. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I want her to read because he made her read the two statements and he excluded another statement she made.
So, okay. Question, you didn't tell the police in Thanksgiving 2006 that Miss Stermer had a shotgun and was threatening her husband, did you? Answer, yes, I did. You told the police that there was a weapon involved. I told them there was an assault that she told me she had a gun.
Thank you. So that's the full and complete answer that you were trying to give. Is that
Yes.
correct? And that's from the same page that Attorney Mueller had you read from.
Yes.
Do you know if everybody worked like in different roles and at ChemLink? Do you know if drivers were on the same shift as people on the line?
I think they had a few people from each department on both shifts, but I'm not positive about that. The drivers may have only worked in the morning. I don't know.
So you don't know.
I didn't know them personally.
You only know what your shift was.
Right.
But you don't know what drivers' shifts or what other employees' shifts are.
No.
And I guess I just want to understand the dynamics at work after the fire were not good.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
There was a little tension,
Yes.
there was stress,
Yes.
and you wanted the police to come to you versus you reaching out to the police.
Yes.
And why did you want that?
Because I had to continue to work with the people that I worked with. And like I said, at the time, they were very sympathetic of her situation.
And you didn't want to look like a bad guy,
Right.
but you felt this information needed to get to the police?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
That's fair.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, redirect. Here we go.
Ma'am, because everybody was sympathetic with Linda Stermer, who lost her husband, you were upset about that?
I wasn't upset about it. I just didn't want to end up on the wrong end of it. I didn't want them to see me as the enemy,
Okay.
There you go.
but I didn't feel the same way that everyone else did. No.
Okay. And that's why you had the police come to you instead of you going to the police, so you're away from the employees that you didn't want to be looked bad upon?
I don't understand your
Yeah,
question.
bad question. Sometimes I do that.
Yeah,
Instead
a
of
lot.
going to the Van Buren County Sheriffs who live or who are 5 minutes from your house, or the Michigan State Police, which is a mile from your house, you had them go about a half hour to your work. Am I right?
Yana.
Yes.
And that was, you were afraid that the employees would see you were talking about Linda, and everybody felt bad about Linda.
Yes.
And that's why you had them come to you at work
Exactly.
instead of you going to them, right?
Yes.
And then finally, when you were asked those questions on 192, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I'm familiar. Yes.
Okay. You didn't tell the police on Thanksgiving 2006 that Ms. Stermer had a shotgun and was threatening her husband, did you? Your answer was yes, I did. Then you told that to the police that there was a weapon. I told them there was an assault, that she told me that she had a gun. Then you were asked some follow-up questions, right? The ones I read you. And you were pressed a little more. You told the police that there was a gun involved in the incident. Ma'am, are you sure? They specifically asked me while I was on the phone if I knew there were any firearms. She's with me at 192 and 193.
Okay. Is there a specific inconsistent statement you're trying to
Yes.
get at? Okay.
I'm just pressing, she got pressed and then admitted the truth under oath that you told them that I knew there were guns in the house. And that was your testimony under
So
oath.
the guns is where you're getting hung up? Because I told them she had a gun.
Excuse me. You said that I knew there were guns in the house under oath, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't really know else. Thank you.
You told her
I
that
love-
because
You're
Linda
getting
told you
hung
she
up
had a gun in
over
her
whether
house.
there were
Yes.
guns in the house. She told me she had a
And
gun.
what's your objection?
Formal leading.
Oh, wow, it's already been covered though.
She's
Thank you, Aaron.
redirecting.
And I just want to be clear, I think it got lost in the translation here. Did you want it to appear the police were coming to you instead of you going to the police?
Yes.
And that's what you were trying to accomplish?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
just your.
Aaron. I have no further questions.
Jerry, do you have any questions?
Here. I got it. Susan Sarandon. Let me go back. See, look there. She reminds me of Susan Sarandon. That's who it is. That's who it is.
None?
Please be excused from subpoena.
No problem.
Okay, you're all done. Thank you, Mayor. Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, I know there were daggers, and she's got people with her. I think that's a lawyer behind her too. Loved this witness. Loved. She's my favorite witness of the month. This woman back here always has the same style of dresses. And I don't know why she does that behavior a lot. Kind of distracting. Okay, next witness.
Person named Linda Stermer.
During the time I was incarcerated?
Right.
Oh,
Yes,
this
sir.
is good. Okay, let me tell you what's happening. They are reading
Okay.
into the record. Now, a lot of people don't get to see this. They're reading into the record because the person that was depositioned they had the deposition with has passed away. But because of that, they are reading into the record. Problem is, this woman was in jail with the defendant.
And while you were there, were there a number of other female inmates that you shared a cell with?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is you left jail somewhere around August the 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Before you left jail, or when you left jail, were you done with anything you had to do with the system at that point in time?
Yes, I had nothing else to do with the system.
All right. And up to that point in time, had you ever talked to any officer about a person named Linda Stermer?
During the time I was incarcerated?
Right.
No, sir.
Were you eventually contacted by an officer in, I believe, sometime in late October of 2009?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you told that your name came up from talking to another inmate or other inmates?
Yes.
All right. And is it true that officer wanted to know what, if anything, you knew about a person named Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in the jail, did you know who Linda Stermer was?
I did not know her until I met her while I was incarcerated.
And when you met her in jail, first of all, tell us, how does things work as far as people getting along, not getting along, making friends, not making friends? Is there any particular way that works at the county jail or not?
Depending on the friendliness of the person, the nature of the person, what they were in there for, I tried to get along with everybody, to do my time, to go home. I don't put myself in the position to argue, to fight with the inmates, or to disrupt the jail system.
Okay.
Basically, I stay to myself, or I talk to other people that are, that I can talk to.
All right. And would it be fair to say that there are some people that get friendly and spend a lot of time with each other talking in jail, and there are other people that just don't do that or avoid people?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Linda Stermer? How did the two of you get along, if at all?
We got along fine.
Okay. And as far as over the period of About how long were you in jail together?
Roughly, I spent about a week, well, about 4 days down in the holding tank with her. Then I want to say roughly about a month and a half in the cell with her before I became a trustee.
And during that time, as compared with other inmates, were you closer with her, about the same as other inmates?
I was more closer with her.
Okay. And during that time, did discussion ever come up about why each of you were in jail?
Yes, I previously knew before when I was in the holding tank with her. I knew then what she was in there for because
Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I was going to say, how did you know that?
she told me.
She told you when you were in the holding cell together.
Yes.
Before that, had you
Okay, guys, if you are ever arrested and in a holding cell, here's a word of advice. Don't tell anybody why you're arrested. Keep your mouth shut.
read anything, heard anything, seen anything on TV, any other source that you knew anything about her case or that it even happened?
No.
All right. Any knowledge that you have about her case, did that come from anywhere other than Linda Stermer?
No.
All right. I'm just going to ask you a general question. Tell me what your conversations were with Linda Stermer about her case.
Conversation was what she was incarcerated for. She told me she was incarcerated for murdering her husband. She told me that she had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
At one point in time, she told me over a course of 2 years that this was all going on. She was very hysterical at the time when we were in the holding tank. She was very hysterical, very crying, very.
At the time, she said that she didn't have anything to do with it. Did she tell you about anything at all about what had happened?
Only that she had an argument with her husband.
Okay.
Um,
Did she tell you anything about that there had been a fire?
yes.
Was there any discussion at all about where she had been when the fire happened, how she happened to get out and he didn't?
She said that she wasn't in the home at the time of the fire, was the first conversation we had about it.
That she was not in the home?
Yes.
Was she on the property or just gone somewhere else according to what she initially told you?
She said she was gone off the property at the time of the fire.
Okay. And continue on with what happened. Did the story change at any point in time or was there another story?
The story changed when we were in the cell together.
Okay. And in what way did it change?
The story changed to where she told me that she had an altercation with her husband at the time.
Okay.
An argument with him.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
No, she did not tell me what the argument was about. That she did not do. She told me that she had an altercation, an argument. There was a point in time that she told me that there was medication involved with her husband.
Okay.
And at one point
Go ahead.
in time, she told me that she started the fire in the home.
Okay. When she was talking about medication being involved, did she indicate how medication had been involved?
Administered the medication.
I'm sorry?
Administered.
She gave him medication?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you what it was that she had given him?
No, she did not.
Okay. Now, you said that she eventually told you that she had started the fire?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about how she started the fire?
With gasoline.
Okay. Did she give you any other details about where this was or where her husband was or?
Her husband was inside the home.
Okay. Anything more specific than that she told you?
No, the fire was started in the home and her husband was inside of the home at the time.
Okay. Did she indicate how she was able to do that without him stopping her, running out, fighting with her?
He was apparently sleeping.
Okay. What else, if anything, did she tell you about what happened?
She did tell me that at one time that she struck him with an object.
Okay. Was that during this same conversation or was this a different time?
This was within the same conversation that we had the last time that I spoke with her.
Okay. Was it, just so I understand, was she saying that she struck him with an object while he was sleeping?
No, this was during the argument.
Okay.
She struck him with an object, then the conversation went to there was medication involved, and then the conversation went on with the fire got started. That she started the fire, her husband was sleeping at the time.
All right. Anything else at all any other discussion about what happened that day?
Not after that. That was all that me and her had a conversation about at that point in time.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversation with her at all about her relationship with her husband or other men?
She did tell me that she had a boyfriend.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about him?
She told me that he was a good man.
Okay.
I mean,
Anything else as far as where she met him, how she met him, where he was from, anything like that?
she told me she met him shortly after her husband passed.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. We misunderstood. Before her husband died, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
Okay.
What I was asking about is, did you ever have any conversation or did she ever say she had a boyfriend while her husband was still alive?
No, she did not.
That never came up?
That never came up, no.
Right now, you've got nothing pending in the system, is that right?
That's right.
And has anything been promised to you, or are you expecting anything for being here and providing testimony today?
No.
All right. And basically, you were identified by someone as being apparently close to Linda Stermer, and the police came and talked to you.
Yes.
And this is pretty much what you told them?
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions. Oh my God, it's good. Yeah, I think you have to.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gordon. How are you today?
I'm good.
Thank you for being here. I know the weather is quite difficult. My name is Jeff Gettings, and I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes.
If at any point you don't understand the question or don't understand what I'm saying, please feel free to just let me know. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now, it's your testimony that, or isn't it true that you were arrested and placed into the Van Buren County Jail in 2009?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you now testified that you were there for failure to pay fines and costs?
Yes.
Failing to pay fines, pay what fines and costs?
For restitution.
Restitution for what?
3 years ago, I caught a case for attempted uttering and publishing.
You attempted uttering and publishing. What does?
Oh, Yana, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the female DA. Looks like Susan Sarandon. She's the one that was with the last witness from the prosecution. Young Susan Sarandon.
That mean?
I knowingly cashed I did not know that the check was stolen, and I cashed the check.
You cashed a check that you did not know was stolen?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that uttering and publishing requires that you knowingly pass a check that has been false, forged, or altered? It's money that you're not entitled to. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Isn't it that what uttering and publishing is?
No.
That's not?
No.
Is it true? Think you pled guilty to the crime?
I did plead guilty to the crime.
Are you now telling me that you're not guilty of that crime?
I'm telling you that I was guilty of cashing a check not knowing it was stolen.
Well, isn't it true that you admitted to the judge at the time of your guilty plea while under oath after having sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you were guilty of that offense that you pled to?
Because that was the offense that I was charged with, and it was dropped to attempted uttering and publishing.
So you attempted to pass a false, forged, or otherwise altered document that you were not entitled to,
Yes.
but you were stopped in the preparation of that offense.
Yes.
That's what attempt means.
Yes.
So, okay. And then the judge had ordered you to pay.
Oh, she's the woman that guides the witnesses into court, and she's always has the same style dress, and she stands there and does this. She doesn't stand still. Every time you see her, she's doing that. It makes me nauseated.
Restitution for that passing or your attempted passing of that false check. The restitution was actually for the check that was cashed. Isn't that true?
The restitution was for that. Yes. That was for that.
Okay. So the charge against you was reduced from uttering and publishing, a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison, to attempted uttering and publishing.
Yes.
And then you failed to do what the court had ordered you to do. 3 years passed and you were picked up.
Yes, because I'm disabled.
How are you disabled?
I cannot work. I have medical conditions to where I cannot work right now.
Do you currently take medication, prescription medications for those conditions?
Yes, I do.
What medications are you on?
I take Lortab.
What's Lortab?
It's a pain medication because I have cancer.
Are you currently taking any medications other than Lortab?
I take Xanax because I have PTSD disorder and panic disorder.
PTSD stands for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir.
When were you diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder?
5 years ago, 6 years ago, sorry.
What is the diagnosis of panic disorder?
It's the extreme panic disorder of going in public, of being around a group of people.
And you take Xanax so that you won't panic when you're around a group of people?
Yes.
Were you prescribed Xanax at the time that you were incarcerated in the Van Buren County Jail?
I was not allowed to take them in the county jail.
So at the time that you were incarcerated in the Van Buren County Jail in 2009, you were not taking Xanax.
No, because you cannot have narcotics in the county jail system.
You were not taking your Lortab?
No, because you cannot have narcotics
I don't
in
think
the
that's
county
their
jail system.
business.
What other medications have you been prescribed that you were not taking at the time that you were in?
I take Seroquel at that time. I couldn't afford it in the county jail because I have no insurance.
What is Seroquel?
Seroquel is for insomnia and for mood disorders.
What mood disorder have you been diagnosed with?
Bipolar 2.
What is bipolar 2?
Bipolar 2 is a mood swing disorder. It is a mental condition of you have mood swings. Your elevation of moods go up and down. It's a mood stabilizer. It's also for insomnia.
Seroquel, Xanax, Lortab. What other medications were you not taking at the time that you were in the county jail?
That's it.
Have you been diagnosed with any other mental or emotional disorders other than panic disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and bipolar?
No.
Ms. Garten, have you ever been convicted of any other theft-related crimes or crimes involving dishonesty, like attempted uttering and publishing?
I have one other charge that was a misdemeanor of a theft at Walmart.
When did that occur?
I can't recall the date, the year. I know it was probably 2000, I want to say 5, maybe even 6.
And the reason you can't recall is because you have difficulty with your memory as a result of post-traumatic stress disorder and panic disorder and bipolar.
Yes.
When you were incarcerated at the Van Buren County Jail, you had access to a television. Is that true?
Yes, I had access to a television, but not until after I was already moved from the cell. I was in with Ms. Stermer to cell 1.
You also had access to other media reports, newspapers.
No,
No?
no.
Did you have access to other persons as a source of information? Did anybody come and visit you at the jail?
The only one that came to visit me at the jail was my father and my fiance at the time, but they didn't have TV at the time and they don't watch the news.
So both your father and your fiance were persons who came to visit you?
Yes.
And that's it? No other friends, no other family?
Nope.
In the several months that you were there at the jail, is that a guess?
Yes.
Did you know Linda Stermer
No.
before she came to jail?
No.
She was arrested on June the 5th of 2009. When she initially came to jail, she was put in what you refer to as a tank. Is that right?
Yes, it's like a holding cell for inmates when they come in.
Until they've been assigned to another cell.
Yes.
Now, the tank has another purpose besides being where people are initially put when they are arrested. It's also used as a disciplinary tool.
Yes, it is.
Now, you were in the tank. You hadn't just been arrested. You were there as a disciplinary action. Is that true? Is that yes?
Yes.
Detective Sergeant Macioski and Detective Gabriel Rout, were the two persons who interviewed you on October the 28th. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it true, madam, that when you were first asked by detectives whether or not Ms. Stermer had made any statements to you, you told them that she did ask for forgiveness, but you could not remember anything further?
Yes, they did ask me that. And yes, she did ask for forgiveness.
Isn't it true that you told the officers that that's all that you could remember and you could not remember anything further?
I did not say that that was all I could remember. I said at the present moment, that was all that I could remember.
Isn't it true that it was Detective Macioski that suggested to you that Linda Stermer had struck her husband as opposed to you telling him that first?
No, he did not suggest that to me.
So when Detective Macioski writes in his report that he attempted to jar your memory by asking if she had heard Linda Stermer doing chapel make any statements as to striking her husband, he must be lying in his report.
It was a question that he asked me if there was anything I could remember about her striking, hitting, or anything else.
And so Detective Maciowski, after you had told him you could not remember anything further other than her asking for forgiveness, suggested to you that she had struck her husband. Is that true?
Yes, to be honest with you,
Madam, I haven't asked you any other questions, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you just to make comments, okay? Have you had any contact with Ms. Stermer since your release from jail?
No,
Did you visit? So you never visited her. She's never visited you. There hasn't been any contact. Is that right?
no,
So this friendship that you claim you developed with her while you were incarcerated evaporated upon your release, or excuse me, upon her release from jail.
yes,
She was actually released from jail before you were, right?
yes,
You made no attempt to come forward with any of this information to the sheriff's department, to a detective, to a guard, or anyone during the course of your incarceration. Is that right?
that's true.
You didn't make any statements to the police or other law enforcement authorities about this at the time when you claimed these statements were being made. Is that right?
That's true.
And even after Ms. Stermer was released from jail in August of 2009, you didn't come forward to any point in time then, did you?
That is true.
And Madam, isn't it true that Detective Maciowski indicated to you or brought to your attention, used the word frying pan before you made any statements about having been struck with any kind of object? Isn't that true?
Yes,
And later, Detective Rout asked you, are you sure about that? Being that Detective Maciowski had mentioned the possibilities of a frying pan, Detective Rout asked you, are you sure that isn't true that you then said, well, you don't know about the frying pan, only that she did strike her husband. Is that right?
I did say that.
And so even during your interview with the detectives, Detective Maciowski was suggesting information to you. You were including that in your statement, and then you were retracting it later. All during your one interview with the police. Is that right?
Yes,
You continue to suffer from memory problems that you are a result of a post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, and anxiety disorder. Is that true?
yes, I do continue to suffer from them.
Are you currently being treated for those?
Yes, I am.
All right. But they continue to affect your ability to recall things in a clear and precise way. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that. It affects me to be able to decipher from right and wrong.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you whether or not your memory continued to be impacted by the Lortab, Xanax, Seroquel, your disorders of panic, post-traumatic stress disorder, mood disorder, bipolar. Those things affect your ability to accurately recall events. Isn't that true?
It plays a part in it, yes.
What else plays a part in your inability to accurately recall things?
Stress,
All right. What else plays a part? Stress, post-traumatic stress disorders, anxiety disorders, mood disorders, bipolar disorder, and your various prescriptions for those things. Basically, nothing else.
that's my part.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Basically nothing else. I take medication for that.
Amber Papish was also in your cell. Isn't that true?
Not with me at the present moment, no or not.
You are not currently incarcerated.
She was not in the cell at the time that me and Ms. Stermer were in the cell together.
When did she come into the cell?
Amber came into that cell shortly after I left.
Amy Lauren, she was also incarcerated with you. Isn't that true?
Yes, Amy Lauren was also incarcerated with me.
And Linda Barton, isn't it true that she also was incarcerated with you and Ms. Stermer?
Yes, she was.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple more questions.
I'm sure.
Ms. Gordon, it was Officer Maciowski that brought up
They're still
the
reading.
question if Linda Stermer had used any object such as a frying pan. He's the one that brought that up?
He brought it up, yes.
Okay. And you understand that we want you to testify to what you remember, not what was suggested to you.
Exactly. That's why when he asked me the question, I said, all I remember is that she said she struck him with an object.
Also, during the course of that conversation, according to his report, in Detective Rout's report is that Linda told you that she was there because she had killed her husband and she had started a fire and that she had used gasoline. Nobody suggested that to you, did they?
No, they did not.
Thank you. No other questions.
Isn't it true that that information had previously been reported in the media?
No, it was not, because I did not watch television at the time. I was not in the cell with any kind of television or any way to be able to see that.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the next question then because she said she doesn't watch television and wasn't aware of it. She wouldn't know whether or not it was in the media.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know what the next question is, so let's hear it.
You know what? I'm not even going to bother. That's it. I'm done.
Okay. You may step down.
Okay, Ms. Yana. While they move, I am in Discord and I don't see anything. So is there supposed to be something in Discord? Let me know. I hate that quest thing as always coming up.
Dargita Gordon was read into this trial because she is not available. This testimony was taken under oath at an earlier hearing. You should consider this testimony in the same way you consider any other testimony you have heard in court. Thank you. Ms. Ziderman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Corey Pierce to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, I'll have you move the microphone close to your mouth and tell us your full name and spell the last.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Corey Lee Pierce, Pierce.
Thank you. Ms. Ziderman?
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Pierce.
Good afternoon.
And can you explain to the jury why you have a different last name?
My biological dad had dropped me off at my aunt and uncle's when I was about 2 years old, and I grew up with them and they raised me.
So who raised you?
My aunt and uncle,
And what are their names?
Linda and Todd Stermer.
And did you think of them as your parents?
Yes, I called them mom and dad.
At the
The
time
woman
of
that
the
looked
fire, how
like,
old were you?
Susan Sarandon.
Can you explain to the jury kind of what the layout of the house, where your bedroom was, where your brother slept?
So our bedrooms were in the basement. As you go down the stairs, you turn to the right. We had a kind of a recreational room right there, and then a downstairs living room. And then in the back corner, there were 2 large bedrooms in each corner down there.
And did you share a bedroom or did you have your own?
I was sharing it with my brother Trevor at the time, and then Trenton's room was right next to that one. They were connected.
Right by each other?
Yeah.
And was there a loft area that your dad was working on?
Yeah, so that had just gotten finished. The loft area was Trevor's bedroom.
So that was going to be Trevor's bedroom?
Yes,
But at the time of the fire, were all 3 of you still sleeping downstairs?
correct.
Do you recall the night before the fire?
Yes.
And had you heard any fighting that night?
Yes, so I had heard a lot of arguing, yelling, and my dad had found out that Linda was cheating on him.
So I can rephrase the question. Do you know what the fight was about?
Yes.
And what was the fight about?
Does he know from personally observing it, or?
He heard it, Your Honor.
And Why is it being offered?
Why is it being offered?
The objection is hearsay.
Oh, I can actually ask in terms of what he heard his mother say.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you tell me what you heard Linda say, what the fight was about?
That night?
Yeah.
So Linda was claiming that she didn't cheat on our dad. And
And then you heard more yelling.
I heard more yelling at that point.
And where were you when Linda and your dad were arguing?
Downstairs in my bedroom.
And you
In
could hear
bed.
it?
Yes, could hear pretty clear.
Do you recall, you said you were in bed?
Yeah.
So do you recall approximately like how late this was?
I can't remember the time.
Got it, love.
But you had already gone to bed?
Yes.
Did your brothers also go to bed?
Yep.
All three of you were in bed?
Yeah, we went to bed at the same time usually.
Did any of you get up?
No.
But you could clearly hear upstairs?
Yep.
That night that you heard this fighting between Linda and your dad, did Linda come downstairs to the basement?
Not during that night that I know of.
She didn't come down and watch TV?
Not that I know of, no.
She didn't come down and snuggle with you on the couch?
No.
At any time that night before the fire, did you hear your dad come downstairs?
Not that I recall.
Didn't hear him go into the furnace room?
No.
How close was your bedroom to the furnace room?
It basically almost touched it. It was just on the other side of the wall, kind of kitty corner.
Shared a wall?
Yes.
Was the basement 100% finished?
It had just gotten finished. As far as I recall, it had just gotten finished, yes.
Do you have drywall?
Had drywall.
Do you have carpet?
We didn't have carpet down there.
Didn't have carpet yet?
No.
Did you have area rugs?
I don't remember an area rug.
Was the ceiling finished?
Yes.
Was it drywalled?
I think it was drywall, yes.
Growing up, did you ever see your parents get physical with each other?
No,
Did you ever see any marks or bruises on Linda?
no.
Do you recall waking up the next morning, the day of the fire,
Yes.
and you were in your bedroom?
Yeah.
And what woke you up?
I was already awake at the time. I just woke up on my own that morning.
Did you hear anything?
I heard somebody walking down the stairs.
And who was that?
Linda.
And then what did she do?
She came into the room, into my bedroom, sat on the end of my bed, and then I sat up, and she told me that I needed to help my brothers get around and get dressed real fast, and she wanted me to take them out to movie and breakfast that morning.
Did she say why?
Thank
She
you,
told me that they
David.
were going to get
Or
divorced
Dave, I'm
and
sorry.
they were going to decide how to split
Thank
everything
you so
up.
much, Jana. I got it.
Did she tell you what this fight was
Hi,
about?
toxic.
She didn't bring up the fight at that point. She just told me that they were getting divorced and wanted to decide how to.
Oh my gosh, I know it's a pain in the butt to move, but congratulations, you're able to finally move back in. Maybe that will bring you some peace, love, and blessings. Thanks for hopping in. Howdy,
everything
Dave.
And she told you to go where?
She told me to take my brothers out to breakfast and a movie.
Did she give you any money? Do
Yeah, she gave me some money.
you remember how much?
No, I can't recall.
So what did you do?
I asked her why we needed to sneak out, and she said that she wanted our dad to think we were still in the basement.
Did she say
And
why she wanted your dad to think that?
Yes,
What'd she say?
she said that if he thought we were still in the basement, excuse me, that they wouldn't argue as much, and that it would be easier to figure out how to get through the divorce stuff that they were going to go through.
So because of that, she wanted you to sneak out?
Yes,
Did she tell you not to talk to your dad?
yes.
Did you go out the basement door or or a different door?
No, we went up through the upstairs door.
So when you went upstairs, what did you see upstairs?
I walked upstairs and my two brothers were behind me, and Linda was on the side blocking the living room, and I kind of glanced over there as I was leaving, and I looked like I saw my dad just sitting in the chair with his arm kind of resting on the side.
Did you see his face?
No,
Did you try to talk to him?
I did not. No.
Did you see any of your brothers go and try to talk to him?
Yeah, so Trenton was behind me. He tried to go around her and say goodbye, and she blocked him and wouldn't let him go over there.
And you saw this?
Yes.
So what happened when she was blocking?
I said, Trenton, come on, let's just go. And we both walked towards the door.
What was the common practice at your house as far as talking to your parents before you left?
We would always give our parents a hug and kiss goodbye and tell them that we loved them.
Did you do that every time you left?
Every time, yes. That
So
was a general rule that we couldn't go to a friend's house. We couldn't go anywhere unless we had said goodbye.
You didn't get to say goodbye that day, did you?
No.
Do you remember if there was a fire in the fireplace?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car you took to the mall?
Yes, we took the black Blazer.
Did your mom come out? I'm sorry, did Linda come out and to the Blazer when you left?
I don't recall.
Do you remember how you got the keys?
The
Poor
keys were
guy.
already in the Blazer.
Was it common practice for Linda to leave her purse in the car?
No.
Did she ever drive the van?
I don't really remember her ever driving the van.
Is that your dad's primary vehicle?
Yeah, that was his work vehicle.
Oh,
Do you remember seeing Linda's
that's
purse
not
before
good.
you
Look at
left?
her look.
Yes.
And where was her purse located?
It was on the counter. When you walked up the stairs, you could see it directly on the counter straight ahead of you. Sorry.
Was that in the kitchen area?
Kitchen area, yes, right at the top.
And you remember seeing it when you walked up?
Yes.
Is that a common place for her to keep her purse?
Yeah, just on the counter up there.
Where did you go in Kalamazoo?
We went to the mall, ate some food, and then we went to a movie.
Did you drive?
You're preaching to the choir on that one. I'm nowhere near over my sister. Now I have my dog. I miss
I was
my
driving,
dog.
yes.
Do you remember if the Blazer had a full tank of gas?
I don't remember the amount of gas in there.
Did you get a phone call as you were watching the movie?
Yes.
What was that phone call?
That phone call was from my friend Steven. He lived down the road just a little bit, and he called me and said that our house was on fire.
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, just to only describe why he left the movie and his next action.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
So once you got that call, what did you do?
At first, I hung up and I thought he was joking. He was kind of a prankster, and he kept calling my phone, and I didn't answer it. And then he ended up calling my brother Trevor's phone and told him that it was serious and we needed to get home.
Did you leave at that time?
Yes, then we left.
Did you head back to your house?
Yes, we went straight back home.
What'd you see when you got there?
Police cars, bunch of smoke coming out of the roof of the house. Somebody had seen us pull up, and I didn't really see too much of anything else we were put in the back of a cop car.
So you stayed in the police car?
Yeah,
You didn't go up to the house?
no,
And then did you stay in that police car for a while?
yeah, they told us to wait there until they came back.
Were you aware if Linda had a cell phone?
Yes,
Do you know if she had more than one cell phone?
yeah, she had 2 phones.
And how do you know that she had 2 phones?
I had seen her use both of them on different occasions.
Did she ever ask
Your dad
you
didn't
to
know.
get any bills or pick up any bills for her?
Yes,
How in the hell is she using this phone around her friends, the kids, that the husband didn't know about the phone? I question that.
What did she ask you to do?
so she called me and asked me to grab a mail that was going to be on the porch, and there was going to be a phone bill within that mail, and she asked me to hide the phone bill.
And you
Did
didn't
she tell you
pay
who to hide
for it.
from?
Yes, my dad.
Did Linda ever talk to you prior to the fire about them divorcing or who you might want to live with?
She had brought it up a couple times.
Do you recall how close to the fire that was?
No, I can't recall.
Do you ever remember your dad working on the furnace in the past while you were living at that house?
No.
Do you ever remember a time when there wasn't heat in the house or that it was cold?
No.
Did Linda ask you to move boxes of photos or any photos out to the shed before the fire?
No.
At your home, did you have a snowblower?
A snowblower?
A snowblower.
No, not that I remember. I don't remember a snowblower.
Do you guys have lawnmowers?
We had an old lawnmower.
Was it common to keep gas cans on the property?
Yes.
And where would those be stored?
Either in the shed or in our barn. Kind of, we made like a barn with overhangs where the tractor and the lawnmower would have been. So
So
Yes.
they, go
the gas
ahead.
cans would have been with the tractor underneath of the overhang or with it inside the shed there behind the house.
Any reason there should have been a gas can in the front yard?
No.
Did Linda ever talk to you about what happened after the fire?
It was brought up within car rides.
Car rides with who?
My other two brothers.
And what did she say about the fire?
It depended on the time. The stories changed a few different times.
Do you recall what they were and how they changed?
The first time that Trenton asked her about it, she had told us that she was downstairs doing laundry and she heard yelling. And when she looked up the stairs, there was too much smoke. And so she ran out the basement door.
And then did the story change?
The story changed a few different times.
What did it change to?
Another time she heard yelling, she ran up the stairs and saw her dad in the living room on fire. And she couldn't do anything because the smoke and the heat was too much. And so she ran out the front door. Another time she ran upstairs and there was too much smoke and she couldn't see anything and ran out the front door.
Did you ever ask her about the differences that she was telling you?
I never did, but my brother Trenton was very adamant about pushing her on her stories.
Did that happen in front of you?
Yes.
What happened when he would push her?
She would start screaming and one time she pulled the vehicle over on the side of the highway and started slapping him. He was in the back seat. Other times she would just start screaming and crying and saying, "How dare you call me a liar?" And she would tell Trevor to silence him, shut him up, and she would allow Trevor, our other brother, to punch him and physically attack him to keep, to shut him up.
Did Linda,
That is a telltale sign. He called his uncle Dad, but he calls her Linda. Linda, listen, Linda. Yeah. He does not call her Mom, which makes me believe, I think you're right, Yana. He was much closer to the uncle Dad, and I believe he thinks that she unalived him. I'm
ever tell
so bad
you
for him.
what to say
please.
prior to you being interviewed?
Yes,
And you were spoken to by the insurance company?
correct.
What did she tell you before you were interviewed?
She told me that the insurance company's job was basically to try to prevent us from getting insurance money. And they were going to ask us questions, and then she would tell me what the questions would be and how to answer them.
What did she tell you to say?
She said they'll probably ask about our marriage and if we had any issues within the marriage. And you'll need to tell them that there weren't any issues that you ever seen, that the marriage was good and that they were happy together.
She can't do that.
If I had ever heard of financial issues, to just tell them that I didn't know, I had never heard of anything.
She asked you then to write out a list of your belongings?
Yes.
What did she say about that list of your belongings?
She had me and my brothers go through it and write out a list of belongings, and she told us that once she got the insurance money that we would get the money back for all of our possessions. So we needed to itemize each thing that we could remember. And so we did this for a few weeks. We'd keep remembering things. We'd write them down. And she would tell us to write down how many you think of something you have, how much you think it was worth, put that amount next to it. And once we got the insurance money, that we would be compensated for all of our belongings that we had on those lists.
And did she say what would happen if you didn't say what she told you to?
She said that we wouldn't get anything. They would just not give us the insurance money.
And that's why you had to say what she wanted you to say.
Correct.
Sustained.
Is that why you said what you said?
Yes.
Did Linda ever tell you where the van was at the time of the fire?
In one of her stories, it was at the bottom of the hill. When she ran out of the basement, she got in the van to go get help. And then another time it was at the top, where we always parked it at the top. And she had hopped in it to go try and get help.
At the time of the fire, you said you were 17?
Yes.
And did you live then with Linda for a period of time?
Yes.
Did you live with Linda while you were going through these insurance
Yes.
statements? She was your sole support at that time?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, guys, we are, I'm just going to do this every once in a while so you guys know the cemetery is going on. We've still got 1 o'clock our time, so we still got it almost 2 hours for the Lori Daybell. So right now we are waiting for closing arguments over there, but I'm not going to show them.
You're a grown man now. I'll call you Mr. Pierce.
Just keep an eye
I'm
on
sorry
it.
for your loss.
Thank you.
Sorry for your loss, but I'm going to tear you up now.
You mentioned you were talking about keys in the car, remember?
Yes.
In the Blazer. You live in a rural area, obviously, right?
Correct.
It was not uncommon for folks out in the rural areas like you to leave keys in the car, right?
I don't know about other people. We wouldn't leave our keys in the car, though.
You would, right?
No, we wouldn't.
Well, in the Blazer, the keys were there that day, right?
Yes.
Are you aware your dad's wallet was found in the van that day? That was his work van?
No.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No.
You talked about purse, and your mom's purse was on the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Possible she had more than one purse, isn't it?
It's possible. Yes.
Growing up until Ms. Stermer got arrested in June of 2009, you had a very close relationship with your mom, right?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. You had a close relationship with your dad?
Yes.
You don't like your mom very much, do you?
No.
The cell phone that you said there were 2 phones your mom had?
Yes.
One was her own phone and one was a work phone, right?
One was her own phone, and the other she had told me was a work phone.
Okay. You believe it was a work phone, and that's what you told the police officers when you were interviewed, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. I'll show you a police report, and I'm just directing you to page 3. Page 1 was August of 2007. You see that, August 10th?
Yep.
That sound about right when you were interviewed? Do you remember being interviewed
By who?
by the police?
I don't remember any interviews by the police.
I want you to read just this little part that's highlighted on page 3. Page 3 of the, yeah, right at the top third. You there?
Yep.
Okay. It says investigating officer also asked if his mother had a cell phone, which he stated she had 2 cell phones, which he identified as one being a regular phone and the other being a work phone. Does that jog your memory?
I guess I would ask if you could please stop testifying and ask questions. If Your Honor
Does that jog your memory that that's what you told the
I'm
officer
all overruled. That
No.
is okay.
I don't remember
Whoa.
talking to the officers about that.
at all?
No.
Don't argue.
If you were talking to police officers, you would have been truthful with them, right?
I don't know. If my mom was around, then I'm not sure.
You don't remember if your mom was around or not around?
No, I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Do you recall, in terms of the cell phone and the cell phone bills, that you would run up the cell phone bill talking to your mom or talking to your girlfriend a lot?
Yes.
In fact, back then, I mean, we have unlimited now, but back then you had limited minutes on family plans. Remember?
Yes.
So you and your mom, because you would run up the phone, remember not showing dad the phone bills so you wouldn't get in trouble?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
And then you would have
So-
to pay for part of the bill?
He's saying that because he was running up the phone bill, he would use his mom's second phone so he wouldn't get in trouble. Nice try, attorney. Nice try. Good one, though.
Because you were running up the bill with your girlfriend?
I would have to pay for part of that, yes.
The day of the fire, when you went to the mall, when you saw your dad, you didn't know if he was on the chair or on the couch in the living room, right?
I believe he was on the chair when I saw him.
May I approach, Your Honor? Let me give you, remember testifying at a prior hearing?
Yes.
Here comes the impeachment.
And actually look at page 150 if you would.
Okay.
In line 14, you were asked, do you remember whether he was on the couch or in the chair? And your answer was, it was one of the two. I just didn't really see him. I saw his leg really.
Yes.
Remember being asked that question now that you look at it?
Yes.
Okay. You were under oath, right?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And your memory would have been better back in 2010 than it is now, 15 years later, right?
Yes.
If you were asked that question, that's the answer you gave. That would have been the truth, right?
Yes.
As far as you knew, he was watching TV.
I can't say that he was watching TV. I don't know.
Actually, look at line 18, same page. So the question was, so he's in there, and as far as you know, he was watching TV. Your answer?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Memory was better then. Yes.
Yes.
You just want to tell the truth, and you did tell the truth. Yes.
As far as I know, he could be watching TV. He could have been doing anything. Yes.
You did tell the truth.
Yes.
When you were asked by your mom, by Linda, to go to the mall, she didn't seem nervous at all, did she?
She seemed, I wouldn't say nervous. No. I would say more urgent.
She was calm.
No.
No? I'd ask you to take a look at page 158 again. Line 17, 23. You see that?
Yes.
You were asked under oath back then in 2010, when your mom came and told you and your brothers to go see a movie or go to the mall, she was calm at that time, right?
I would say
Your answer was, yeah, she seemed calm.
yes.
Next question. She didn't seem upset or excited or scared or angry or anything like that. Is that true? And your answer was right.
Right.
When you were under oath back in 2010, you swore to tell the truth. That was the truth, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm sure your dad loved that house, right?
Yes.
But your mom loved that house too, right?
Yes.
And you had a cat at the time named Carrie.
No.
You had a cat.
No.
You did not have a cat.
No.
Are you saying the family didn't have any cats?
I don't remember any cats at that time. My cat had been hit by a car before that.
Okay. If you had cats in the house at the time, your mom loved animals, right?
Yes.
Dogs, cats, horses.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't know if any cats survived the fire, do you?
I don't remember having cats at the time.
And that morning, your mom had told you that they were planning on getting divorced, right?
Yes,
And they were going to talk about splitting up the property, right?
correct.
So she wanted you and Trenton and Trevor, at least to make it seem like you were in the house, so the argument wouldn't be so big and loud, right?
Correct.
That's why she said, I don't want you to say bye to your dad because I want this to be calm this afternoon, right? Calmer.
That's what she said, correct.
And that it's not the first time they ever talked about, or your mom or dad ever told you about they might get divorced.
No,
And it happened a few times, a couple months before for sure, right?
I don't know the time frame, but before.
Before, and your mom told she might live with her sister-in-law or her stepsister. Remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah. If you told somebody under oath that, would that have been true?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to ask you to read page 25, line 18 to 24.
Read it.
Look at yourself.
Okay.
Let me know when you do. Good. Does that refresh your memory that your mom had told you sometime before that she might go, or you all might go live with her stepsister?
No, I don't remember.
It doesn't jog your memory at all?
No.
If you said that on the road, that would have been true, right?
Yes.
You just don't remember now.
No.
It's been so long.
Right.
Do you recall telling our jury just a little bit ago that you would store gas cans, family gas cans in the shed or the garage, the shed or where? Or the lean-to?
Like a barn lean-to.
Okay. And it was, you wouldn't store them in the front yard, right?
No.
Or in the front porch or anything?
In front porch? No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at that transcript at page 159 if you would. And look at, should be highlighted, lines 10 through 22. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
All right. You were asked about questions about what's on the property, tractors, lawnmowers, those kind of things, right?
Right.
And then you were asked, there were multiple gas cans at the property that were kept either outside in the shed or sometimes empty gas cans that would be by the front porch. Is that true? And your answer was?
Yes.
Then you were asked a question, and it wasn't uncommon for an empty gas can to be kept there by the front porch area so it could be put in the vehicle and taken to the gas station. Is that right? And your answer?
Yes.
That was true at the time you gave it under oath?
Yes.
In fact, it wouldn't be uncommon for your mom or your dad to take gas to the gas station, right? Or you. Things have to get filled up. True?
True.
Usually it falls on the kids when you get driving age, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said it was not, the van was your dad's work van, right?
Correct.
But if the Blazer was gone, did you have your own car?
I don't remember if my car was working at that time or not. I had a green Cavalier though.
Okay. If it wasn't working and somebody was in the Blazer, let's say you took the Blazer because your car wasn't working, there'd only be a van left, right?
Correct.
So somebody would have to drive the van, and whether it's mom or dad.
Correct.
Certainly mom wasn't prevented from driving the family van, right?
No.
Okay. And you testified that the night before you didn't hear your dad downstairs, if he came downstairs to mess around with the furnace, right?
Right.
Because you were sleeping. True?
True.
Hey, June.
And you were a student at the time, right?
I would have been in high school. Yes.
Okay. So you're gone. You're not at home often. True? You're either at school, maybe you're with a girlfriend, maybe with friends, right?
I went out. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
So you wouldn't know if your dad was working on the furnace on any given time if you weren't there.
Correct.
Right? And simply because you didn't hear him doesn't mean he wasn't working on the furnace at some point during the day before, right?
Right.
Or 2 days before.
Correct.
Right? Now I can give you just 1 minute.
I am guilty of all the charges. There's not much anyone can do but say you are convicted. And without a deal, without a promise ahead of time like Mr. Austin got, there's not much the court can do except to do what it did and sentence you to the maximum, the only sentence for what he pled to, life without.
When you gave testimony in a hearing that you were living
Okay, just wanted you to see that for a moment.
with your mom,
Yes.
you gave testimony in a hearing in January of 2010, you weren't living with your mom. You were living with Armanda. You remember that?
No.
Remember having been incarcerated for a crime and then you were living?
Can you approach, please, Counsel?
You went there. Look at his face. He wants to break down. That was a minor. He can't bring that up. You cannot bring up
I'm
minor.
directing you to strike and not consider that last question in any way.
If he was a
What
minor,
sir
you can't do it.
Did you use the tractor to haul bales of hay around?
But you can't put the shit back in the horse. Just saying. I'm pulled a Emily D. Baker right there. You can't put the shit back in the horse. And that's exactly what he just did. He knew that that was going to pull an objection. He knew it. Sorry, I have someone over here talking. I got my honey boo over here, and he's commenting. And I can't understand a word he's saying. Because he's whispering, and I can't hear whispering. Love you, honey. All right, back to this.
For the horses?
Yes.
Okay. Tractors use gas.
Yes.
And when you'd have friends over there, you'd have friends over for paintball parties, right, on your property?
Yes.
And your mom would cook breakfast. They'd stay over.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
How big was that tractor?
It was a large tractor. The wheels on it were probably about 4 foot high, I would guess, if I had to.
Did it take?
Guys, I'm having to educate him. I'm like, my mic is hot, y'all. Unless that button is red, it mutes. He's got to look at that mute button. If it's red, it's not hot. If it's not lit, they can hear you. We need a little bit of lightheartedness right about now. Doesn't she not look like she could be Susan Sarandon's daughter? By the way, I love the way she dresses. Very classy lady.
More than a gallon of gas to fill it?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No.
Jury, any questions of him? I've got several.
Okay, we're discussing and arguing the juvenile. Gerald is right when he said that you can introduce juvenile record with parental consent, but he's an adult now. The consent has to come from him. and he ain't giving it. So side by.
Side by.
Ah, I love the way she dresses.
Sir, I have some questions from the jury. Did you have fire alarms in the house?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you wouldn't know of which rooms or if any rooms had them?
No, I can't remember.
Okay. Had Linda ever asked you boys to leave the house when arguing with Todd?
No, that was the first time.
If you know, was there a blanket covering Todd when you and your brothers left for Kalamazoo?
I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not sure.
Was the tractor gas or diesel?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, just go ahead. You were aware sometimes your mom and dad would have some pretty loud.
Most tractors in the last, 20 years are diesel. I think if you want a gas, you have to order that specially. Yeah. Sometimes I surprise myself with what I know.
arguments.
Yes.
This was
I
a
got someone
situation
confirming it over
where the
here.
mom told you, we are getting divorced and we need to split up the property. That's why I don't want you to get real loud, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear that last question. It was something about tractor and gas. Oh, do you know?
I don't know.
No more questions. Thank you.
She had talked to you about them getting divorced several times before that day, hadn't she?
Yes.
And this was the first time she'd ever asked you to leave.
Correct.
This is the first time she said we are getting divorced. Before it was general talk, right?
Before it was general talk. Yes.
This day was we are getting divorced and we need to split up the property and I don't want you.
Asked and answered at this point.
No. Last question. And that's why I want you to leave, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing. Jury, any other questions? No? May he be excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused from subpoena, Your Honor.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. So you're all done and you're excused for your obligations under your subpoena. Yay! Good place to end.
It's a great place to end, Your Honor.
Okay. Jury, because we're heading into another long weekend, I'm going to read this same instructions. You'll have them memorized by the end of this trial.
Oh,
You must not discuss this game with jury because we're heading into another long weekend. I'm going to read this same instructions. You'll have them memorized by the end of this
he
trial.
just picked up his daughter.
You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time.
Okay, so now we are going into day 7. I'll change the description. I think it's going to be guilty. Everyone thinks she's guilty. 86, that's high, y'all. That is very high. Look at this hippie dude. I'll change the descriptions. I'll edit. It's okay. I can do that. Let me get this in scene.
Who lived in the house with you at that time?
There we go.
My two brothers, Corey and Trevor.
Oh, one of her
Linda, my
biological sons.
Can you
Gerald Laughlin,
describe
hey,
the house
they're
that you were
careless
living in at the time of the
whisperers.
fire? Was it completely finished?
No, not completely.
Y'all.
Had quite a bit of work done to it. I mean, it was getting there.
Had walls,
Had walls.
all painted?
We had just started painting a lot of the walls. Yeah.
Did you have carpet?
I don't remember having too much carpet. I think we had some area rugs in various places.
And where did you sleep?
In the basement.
Was the basement finished?
Not entirely.
Do you have walls there?
Did have walls, yes.
How about ceiling?
We had just just finished the ceiling in my bedroom. It's kind of a drop ceiling.
Do you have carpet in there or was it area rugs?
I think it was probably rugs maybe.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Not particularly.
Anything strike you that you remember?
Arguing.
Who was arguing?
My father and Linda.
Do you recall what they were arguing about?
Not at that time. I wasn't aware.
Do you just remember the arguing the night before, or had it been going on?
It had been going on leading up to that night. Yeah.
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
No.
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
No. Never.
Do you remember if Linda came down to the basement the night before the fire?
No.
And that was a bad question, I'm sorry. Do you remember, or did she come down or not come
I
down?
don't believe she came down. No.
Did she ever come down and sit on the basement couch with you and your brothers
The night before?
the night before?
No, not that I recall.
So she didn't cuddle with you on the basement couch?
No.
Do you recall if she slept on the basement couch that night?
I definitely don't think she did.
Had your dad worked on the furnace that night that you know of?
No,
How about the day before?
not that I recall.
Where was your bedroom in relation to the furnace room?
Directly next to it?
Did you share a wall?
Yes.
And you didn't hear him in there working on the furnace at night?
No.
Had your dad and Linda talked about divorce at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how much or how often they had talked about divorce?
Leading up to that, there was talk of them separating and who I'd like to go with.
Who asked you that?
My father.
Just asking where you wanted to live?
Yeah.
Had Linda said anything to you about divorce prior to the fire?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the morning of the fire?
Vaguely, yes.
Do you remember what happened when you woke up?
Just told that we were going to the mall, going to the movies.
Did somebody wake you up?
Not that I remember.
How
Who
much
told you you were going to the movies?
have you smoked today? You were
think-
awfully
I
relaxed.
think my brother Corey.
Think my brother Kerr.
Did you have your
can't
own room or
remember.
did one of your brothers sleep in your room?
I had my own room.
Did Linda tell you why you were going to the movies?
She's looking at him. She wouldn't look at the other one.
Foundation, I thought it said Corey.
Corey woke him up.
I think I'll
I
let
think
you
he didn't recall, yes.
re-ask, because I think Mr. Mueller is correct on that.
Okay, I can ask the question a different way. Before you left,
He may
did Linda
be.
tell
I'm
you
being
anything
silly.
about what was happening?
When we went upstairs,
He just looks like the
I
hippie
believe
type. He's got his
she
hair in his
told us
jacket.
that they were working out the details of getting
Beautiful hair.
divorced.
Did she say anything about her moving or leaving?
She said something about her going to stay with her sister-in-law, Kim, maybe.
So you said you went upstairs, so you did not go out the basement?
No, definitely not.
So you went upstairs.
Yes.
He kind of reminds me of John Denver with those glasses. Just saying.
When you went upstairs, did you see your father?
I did for a second.
Where was he?
Sitting in his chair, I believe,
And the chair was where?
in the living room.
I'm singing
Did
Shenandoah
you see his
River.
face?
I did, yes.
And was he awake? Was he sleeping?
Seemed like he was
Thank you.
sleeping potentially.
Were you able to say goodbye to your dad?
No.
Why?
We were kind of shooed out of the house.
Shoot out by who?
Linda.
Did anyone try to go over and say goodbye to your dad?
I did, yes.
What happened when you tried to go say goodbye?
She stopped me.
How did she stop you?
Put her arm out and pulled me back towards the front door.
What was common practice in your house regarding saying goodbye?
Always goodbye, love you, hug, kiss.
And you were not able to do that day, were you?
No.
Did Linda tell you anything about your father that morning?
No.
About why you couldn't say goodbye?
No, not that I recall.
Was it common practice at your house for Linda and your dad to leave purses, wallets, and keys in the vehicles?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what vehicle you and your brothers took to the movies?
Took the Blazer.
Do you remember who
That
drove?
sounded more like
Corey.
it took the laser.
Do you remember if you had a full tank of
Question?
gas?
I don't remember that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
I don't remember.
Do you recall moving anything out of the vehicle? Do you recall Linda moving anything out of the Blazer before you left?
I didn't see her get into the vehicle before we left.
She didn't tell you to wait while she took her purse out?
No, not that I remember.
Sustained.
Did she tell you to wait while she took anything out of the vehicle?
Not that I recall.
So where did you go when you left the house?
We went to the mall.
Hearing aid
in
batteries
Portage,
died. Now I'm
and
deaf as a
then
board.
To the movies theater, which is
Oh, yeah.
right next to the mall.
How'd you find out about the fire?
Corey's friend Steven called while we were in the movie and told us that the house was on fire.
What'd you do?
We looked at each other and thought that he was kidding.
I don't understand.
Did you call back?
He did call back,
And then what did you do?
and we were kind of in a little. I was in shock a little bit, like, is this for real? And then we decided to leave and head home.
Go back to your house?
Yes.
What'd you see when you got there?
Smoke, police vehicles, fire trucks, maybe. I'm not sure.
Were you able
exactly.
to go up to the house?
No.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
Well, we went to the Masalis next door. And I believe they stayed at my grandmother's that night.
Would that be, is her name Sandy?
Sandra, yes.
Was that in her one-bedroom apartment?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Did, yes. She came to the Masalis at some point. and yeah, was hysterical. I don't remember necessarily talking to her, but saw her. And
Did she stay at your grandma Sandy's that night?
I don't recall.
You don't remember talking? Do you remember talking to her at all at Grandma Sandy's?
No.
Did you have pets at the time of the fire?
Yes.
What pets did you have?
I had
I can agree with that.
we had a dog, Buddy. Um, can't remember if we had another dog, a chocolate lab, or not at that time. No, the one dog had recently passed.
Did you have a cat?
No,
You didn't have any cats?
I don't believe we had any cats at that house.
Is that a contradiction,
Did
Yana?
your
Did he
dad or
just say
Linda
that?
ask you to move
I thought they had
any
cats.
framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you recall where pictures were stored in your house?
No, not really.
So if his child is saying no, who said there was cats? Where did that come from?
Do you guys have gas cans at your house?
Yes.
And where were those stored?
Would have been stored at either the shed in the back of the house or off of the lean-to barn that we had where the tractor was. And
Was the lean-to barn in the backyard?
no, that was off to the side in the field.
So if you're looking at the house, standing in the driveway, looking at the front of the house, was it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
Was it common to leave gas cans in the yard?
No.
Was it common for a gas can to be in the front yard?
No.
Did you have a snow blower at that time?
No.
Did you have a working lawnmower at that time?
I believe so, yeah.
Any reason why a gas can would be in the front yard in January?
I'll sustain that as to speculation.
Did you ever see a gas?
Well, there you go. Have you ever seen a gas can in the front yard? Or number two, can you think of any reason one would be in the front yard?
Can in the front yard
I'm gonna take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
in the wintertime?
No.
You mentioned there was a tractor in the backyard, is that correct?
The tractor would have been off in the field on the left of the house.
How big of a tractor was that?
It's a pretty large tractor.
Did anyone take cars into the backyard at that home?
Yes, but not at that time of the year
When would you have taken cars into the backyard?
when the ground was dry.
So would you take the cars back there in the winter?
No.
Why would a car go in the backyard in the summer?
We would pull the cars down there, you'd drive back down the driveway and into the back fields sometimes.
Into the back fields?
Yeah,
But that was in the summer?
yeah.
So around the time of the fire, were you aware of anyone driving into the backyard?
No.
Do you recall smoke detectors in your house?
Yes.
And do you recall, let me ask you this way, were they in every room?
I don't know if they were in every room, but they were definitely throughout the house.
Are you aware if they were working or not?
As far as I was aware, they were working, beeping.
Did you ever hear them going off?
Going off, we'd change the battery at times so that the beep test would go off.
Did Linda tell you what happened when you talked after the fire?
Yeah, she gave a few different stories over the next 2 years.
Different stories? Do you recall how they were different?
Just what she did, where she went, changed.
How did they change?
At one point, she said that she went upstairs and she saw a fire and couldn't see anything. And I think she said that she couldn't make it up the stairs at one point, and that there's too much smoke or there's fire already before that. And where she went out of the house seemed to change.
What did she tell you on where she left the house?
At one point, she said that she went back downstairs and went outside the back door. And I feel like at a different point, she said that she went out the front door. But at any time that I would ask, she would get either hysterical or angry and would attack me at times.
So when you asked her about the differences in the story, is that when she attacked you?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
A few different occasions. She driving once, she I think pulled over and started smacking me or something. And
What?
another occasion, she just flat out attacked me and gave me a bloody nose and pushed me into the bathroom.
Hello.
Another occasion, she
Abusive much?
told Trevor to beat me up if I kept asking questions about it.
So all of these times you've just described were related to you asking why her story was different?
And what happened and how it was that my father didn't make it out.
After the fire, did Linda ever tell you what to say to police officers, insurance agents, or anyone else that you were talking to?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
I don't recall exactly. Before
okay.
the
Cody.
first trial, I remember her before sitting down,
Wait,
being deposed or whatever.
I didn't realize he had two in his nose. Two here and okay. Okay. Ouch.
Told me to just tell him that if I didn't, that I didn't remember on certain questions.
So she told you which questions to not remember,
I don't recall exactly.
but you recall her saying to tell, you recall her saying.
like she's
to
about ready to
say
cry.
You didn't remember.
Right.
Did she say what would happen if you didn't do what she said?
That we wouldn't get the insurance,
Looks like 2 here.
wouldn't get our things
One and
back.
maybe 2 there.
Wouldn't get your things back?
Well,
Right.
Had you made out a list of everything you lost?
Right.
Were those the things she was referring to?
Yes.
Look at Monica's and Tilly's face. You won 1
Prior to the fire, did she say anything concerning to you about your dad?
Okay, freeze frame on. Oh, I got her good. Now let's look at Monica Simontilli for a split second. How
Against
she's
her,
looked for the last 5 minutes.
then you didn't listen to this evidence here.
From house.
As I told you
have to
before,
work.
had they interviewed these people,
I have to work at getting my mouth to look like that. That's work.
Prior to the fire?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, she had came downstairs and sat on my bed and said, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
Sidebar.
And they do match his glasses. That's a good point. Oh, now she's really crying. Those are real tears. Monica, Monica Lewinsky, Simontilli.
Short
That's
break.
what crying looks like.
Remember the rules. I'll have you report to the jury room.
Good grief. Okay, we're going to go over to Simontilli while we're on court break.
solved it. Not really. 8 more years to solve it. We solved it. She did it. She killed her husband with Baker. And now we'd like to talk to you about what you know about the case. And suddenly you heard the animosity and the hatred that came out, some subtly from Wella, because they're not family, that they considered Fabio family, and some from Fabio's family, who now understood because the police never get it wrong, right? Never get it wrong.
Oh, wait a minute.
Prosecution has known about this statement, but it's never, ever been in any police report, any prior testimony under oath. We've never been provided with a written statement, either by the police or the prosecutor. And I want to know how long the prosecutor has known this and they didn't tell us this to where we get ambushed at trial.
Woo!
This, as you can imagine, could be a blockbuster.
Oh, spicy.
And
We got
we were
spicy.
entitled to know when they found out that this was going to be the testimony so we could prepare for it. We have had
The beating, the abuse, and the last comment that he made. Let me,
nothing found out with this.
this comment.
Prior to the fire, did she say anything concerning to you about your dad?
Prior to the fire?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, she had came downstairs and sat on my bed and said, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
There's the argument right there.
We've never been provided with a written statement, either by the police or the prosecutor. And I want to know how long the prosecutor has known this and they didn't tell us this to where we get ambushed at trial. This, as you can imagine, could be a blockbuster. And we were entitled to know when they found out that this was going to be the testimony so we could prepare for it. We have had nothing from the prosecutor.
Okay.
And I'll take the answer.
Okay, Ms. Siderman?
Thank you. There's lots of things these boys have never had a chance to say. They have not been interviewed since the prior trial. I have encouraged them to try to dig deep and remember everything that they have not been able to talk about. We've had some conversations over the past few weeks preparing for trial. I've asked them to try to remember things, write things down. They've not spoken to police. They were under their mother's influence during the time of the trial. I mean, I don't know everything they don't know because these boys haven't been able to even talk about it until they've actually been able to get here under oath and tell their story, Your Honor. I don't believe we have to tell every single statement that could possibly come out. I don't know everything that they remember. I don't have every detail of what they're coming on the stand and remembering. Some of these questions I'm asking as we're going through trial and I'm learning more. I learned more when Corey got on the stand on Friday. And so I'm probing more into their memory and into what they know. And this is their opportunity to finally be able to be free and able to tell what they know, regardless of what their prior testimony was, regardless of what their deposition, and regardless of law enforcement. These are statements made by the defendant.
When did you first learn that this witness was going to state that Linda asked whether, I think the statement is, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
I think we had talked over the last few weeks preparing for trial, and I asked if there were any sort of derogatory statements, and he said that there were lots of things. He told me he was coddled by his mother, that she told and confided in him a lot, and that she had made derogatory comments about his father. And we've talked about it, and I knew I was going to ask him if there were derogatory comments because he was the one she confided in.
But the exact statement, wouldn't it be better if he was dead? You've known of that for a few weeks.
I can't say I know the exact statement. I knew there were going to be derogatory statements. I knew that Linda had said things to him. I knew that he was coddled. I knew that she had made derogatory statements about his father.
That's it.
So this was the first you heard was today?
But those actual words, did you hear before?
That wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
I don't know if it was the first time, Your Honor. I can't say that. We've talked about a lot of derogatory statements. And so I knew
can't
that there
recall
were
the exact
derogatory statements. I
statements.
can't say I knew those exact words. I can't
Treading on
say,
thin ice.
I knew exact times. I can't say if I still knew those exact words.
Your Honor, I'm not so sure, frankly, the witness should be here listening to this.
Well, is there something you're going to say?
Well, no, what I'm going to say is, you asked the question directly, when's the first time they've talked over the last several weeks. Does she know the exact words that he just spoke? I don't know, but I do know this was a softball thrown to the witness for him to hit a home run. And whether she knew that exact word or the gist of it, these are the things we have to know.
Look at her.
Because let me tell you, Your Honor, there is a whole big difference between she coddled him and she said some derogatory things about Dad, and she asked, wouldn't it be better if he was dead? And then a few days later, he's dead. It doesn't get any bigger than that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, these witnesses have been on.
You just wish you didn't have that little piece of lead in your pocket.
He's the witness list for years. He could have easily interviewed
True.
the witnesses, talked to the boys. He's had, this has never been a secret that these boys were going to testify. They testified in the first trial. They've got insurance
They
depositions.
could have crossed.
He had every opportunity
You could have depoted him. You could have asked these
to
questions.
speak to
Go
him and
get him,
interview
girl.
him in trial preparation as well.
There has never been a report or any testimony even remotely close to that. In fact, he's testified in other settings that
Going
he
code
didn't
red
speak
in a
to
minute.
Mom much about the fire. So this whole idea of they're blindsided, I mean, they're learning this right now as we are, I frankly doubt it. And I want to know too, did he speak to any police officers?
Ms. Ida, so I'm just trying to hone in. Derogatory statements are one thing, but this is a powerful statement. Wouldn't it be better if dead? When did you have, maybe you didn't know the exact wording, but when did you have notice of that?
I would say in the last couple of weeks, we talked about his dad, that she wanted him out, or that they were going to be moving, and who did they want to live with, and wouldn't it be better if we were divorced? And, I mean, we've talked about an awful lot of statements with the boys. So we talked about a lot of derogatory statements. I can't be more specific than that, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this would have been in trial prep over the last few weeks. I had the boys come in and I talked to them all individually. I talked to them as a group. And we talked about a lot of different areas and a lot of topics.
Okay.
And this couldn't be more explosive and detrimental to the defense.
I'm going to strike the last testimony.
No.
It appears the prosecution had notice of it. It's different than other general statements about being coddled or other general derogatory statements. It's a powerful statement, and the defense has had, even though the prosecution knew of it, the defense did not have the opportunity to prepare for it. So I'm going to direct the jury to strike the last.
Your Honor, I move for mistrial because you.
Whoa, I knew that was coming.
Once it's heard, it cannot be unheard.
Oh, you want to do this again?
I believe
The shit's out of the
jurors
horse.
can follow their instructions, and I will instruct them to disregard the testimony about wouldn't it be better if dead, the last testimony. So I'm going to
Understand.
deny the request for a mistrial.
Understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Anything else before we bring in the jury again?
Nothing else than that.
Okay.
Whoa. You can't put the crap back in the horse. I'm sorry, you just can't. You can't. Let everybody take a little. Oh, am I loud? Am I a little loud? I'm sorry, honey. I'll lower my Yana, if I'm loud, let me know to turn my mic down. My hearing aids, they're not equal. So I'm soft in my ears. I have them turned all the way down. So I apologize. But man, that was bad.
Welcome back, jury. I have an instruction for you, jury. You are to, I'm striking the last question and answer provided in the case before you went to the jury room. You are not to consider it in any way, and it must not affect your deliberations or verdict in any way. Thank you.
Oh,
And Ms.
really?
Ziderby?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
no.
You were living with Linda then at the time of the fire, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to live with her then for several years after that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunate.
Yes or no answer.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
He can state it.
After the fire, did Linda tell you anything about buying life insurance after the fire?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At the time that you were interviewed by insurance and by the police and then prior testimony, were you still dependent upon Linda?
Yes.
You were a minor.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Now, let's see if the defense opens up a door because he knows it's there. He's going to come in. If he opens that door, I hope the prosecution runs his butt over. I mean, oh, he got it stricken. Let's see what he does. I'm here. I'm just going to be off camera for a sec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stermer. I'm going to ask you some questions today, just to kind of clear up a few things, to clarify some things
Yeah, that's
based on
true.
what you've said in the past, okay?
It's like people say, you can't lead a horse to water and make them drink. My grandpa said, that's not true. You give them enough salt on the way, they will drink. Good grandpa.
If I ask you these questions, I know it's difficult. I'm not just trying to do my job, okay? I
Oh,
hope you
poor
understand
Pooh.
that.
Sure.
You said that, well, first, can we agree it's now 2025? The fire happened 18 years ago. You've given some testimony and some statements under oath in the years since. Can we agree that you probably had a better memory back in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010 than you do now 15 years ago about a lot of the details?
No, I would disagree with that.
You would disagree with that?
Yes.
Do you think your memory is as good or better now?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
I was in pretty much a daze back then in the first trial, and I was kind of being manipulated by Linda at that time.
Fair to say.
You did know what taking an oath meant, right?
Yes.
And swearing to tell the truth,
Yeah.
and the penalties if you don't tell the truth.
Right.
When you testified, you gave testimony to an insurance lawyer and you were under oath. In fact, you were asked, do you understand what an oath was? You remember that?
I honestly don't remember the first trial hardly at all.
Wow.
You don't remember the first trial, but you remember all these details 18 years later?
Yeah, some of those details are ingrained in my memory.
Are you on any kind of medication that makes your memory better?
No.
Or anything that makes your memory better?
No.
I wish I'd be taking it.
Back then, when you were testifying in the trial, you were living with Grandma Stermer, right? It's 2010.
Yes.
Okay, that was Todd's mom.
Correct.
Then you lived with Todd's mom, and was there any other family? Their family? Or just Todd's mom?
Trevor lived there for a brief period.
How long did you live with Grandma Stermer after like 2010?
Till I graduated high school.
About 3 or 4 years?
No, I graduated in 2011.
Okay, so about at least a year.
Yeah.
When you were told to tell the truth in court under oath, did you do that?
Honestly, like I said, I don't remember that trial hardly at all. And if I was smoking pot at that time, and I really don't remember. I was kind of in shock, so I don't remember what I said. I don't remember the questions that were asked of me.
You were just, I think, just a young teenager around then, right? 14, 15-ish?
Sounds about right. 2010, so 16 going on.
So you were smoking some pot, which made your memory not so good?
No, I was just in shock. I was blindsided by the trial and was very depressed.
You just heard Ms. Zuderveen say you've prepared with the prosecutor to get ready for today's trial.
Had only an hour maybe conversation.
An hour to talk about what you might testify to today.
Yeah.
Did you meet with any police officers with or without the prosecutors
Recently?
the last few months?
No.
I like to forget a lot of things.
I just want to go over a couple things about your testimony. One of the big things I want to talk about was, you said the furnace. Remember you talked about the furnace and how you didn't hear your dad, whether he was working on the furnace or not, the night before the fire?
Yeah.
The furnace would go out of whack. It'd go off and on sometimes, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
Would it shut off sometimes, to your knowledge?
No.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Get off the microphone first. In that little binder right here, see this? See that? It's called an exam under oath. It was testimony you gave on September 6th of 2007. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You have to say yes or no. And you were asked on page 3, do you solemnly swear?
I'm just going to object. I don't know if we're using this to refresh his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember the trial. He doesn't remember the questions. So I don't know if we're refreshing memory or what we're doing here.
I'm going to refresh the memory. I just have a question. Did you take an oath?
Are you using this for memory
In a
refreshment?
second, yes.
Okay, I'll
This
let you
is a
lay the
different question.
foundation.
Thank you. You remember being asked that question on page 3? You take an oath?
I don't remember that question, no.
Okay. As a refresher memory, if you look at page 3 from 3 till 5 or 6, do you solemnly swear that everything you say in the statement?
Your Honor, I guess I'm just going to object. We just talked about it. It doesn't refresh his memory. He doesn't remember it. He's already testified to that.
I'll sustain the objection as to foundation for memory refreshment.
If we go to page 15, I want you to read that to yourself.
Moving,
Where?
just keep moving,
15.
just keep moving. I told you, we have John Denver in court. I told you. Shenandoah River, Blue Ridge Mountain.
You go to something else. You don't recall the furnace being
I
sometimes
love John Denver.
needing to be worked
I
on by
was
your dad.
young and I loved him.
I mean, the house was being built as we were living in it, so I don't recall there being many issues with the furnace after it was, I mean, in the beginning when we were living there, we were using kerosene heaters. So once the furnace was up and running, I don't
Not
remember
yet,
there
June,
being
but
any
getting
issues
close.
with it.
Okay. Do you recall?
Nope.
Talking about the construction of the house, that in the living room, like the whole living room area,
Oh my gosh, he knows his home. Please. Here we go again, pulling out the exhibits for us to look at, like he doesn't know his home. God almighty.
Exhibit O, floor plan of the house. I'm going to show you this drawing that we've gotten. Does that kind of depict the layout of the front?
Now I got
floor of
that
the house?
song. Dun, 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 dun,
That's
dun.
about right, yeah.
Right, big living room, you got a dining room off the back right corner.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes,
Mhm,
And the front door is here where the foyer is.
mhm.
correct.
Okay. You recall that the living room had the whole floor was exposed wood with just some throw rugs.
Yes, sounds about right.
You're now how old?
32.
Do you know what OSB flooring is, like subfloor?
I do, yes.
That was all subfloor.
Yes.
And there were a lot of exposed beams and things in the house.
Exposed beams? No, I don't believe so. I think we had already gotten the drywall up on the ceilings and the walls for the most part.
Basement.
Yeah. Your Honor, I couldn't write everything down the other day, but can I at least use the easel to get the exhibit up for the house floor plans? Please. He starts writing on that thing. I'm going to go nuts.
Told us that the ceilings were not drywall, right? And this is kind of a good layout of the basement. Your fourth bedroom, your bedroom, the rec living room.
Is this an
Yeah.
admitted exhibit
That's
too?
part of it.
Okay, part of O.
Well,
So
you haven't even admitted it.
Yes. So I think that we had just recently put in the ceiling in at least my bedroom, and I believe Corey's bedroom as well.
certainly, the house, as you said, was unfinished. You were still completing building it as you moved in, right?
Yes.
The smoke detectors you talked about, do you know how they worked?
For the most part, I believe so.
Were they hardwired? Were they just the kind you put batteries in?
I believe they were hardwired and had batteries in them.
Okay. In the month or so before the fire, do you recall, as you sit here, whether they were working?
To the best of my knowledge, they were working, yes.
Okay. You didn't have any alarms go off though, did you?
In what sense?
Smoke alarms in that month before the fire
No,
or the fall before the fire?
no. But like I said earlier, there was like the beep test to warn you when the battery was low, and it changed the batteries out.
The Chevy Blazer that you took to the mall, you said Corey drove?
Yes,
That was mom and dad's car?
it's somewhat of a shared vehicle, yes.
And if Corey drove, where were you sitting?
I would have been in the back seat.
Behind the driver, behind the passenger?
I think I would have been behind the passenger seat.
So then Trevor would have been in the front passenger seat?
Yes,
You didn't see Linda Stermer get in the vehicle or do anything before you left the house. Would that be fair?
that would be fair.
So you wouldn't have known what she did or didn't do before you left the house, right?
Correct.
And I think you said you woke up about it, I don't know, 11 o'clock-ish.
I have no idea.
When Linda had you and your brother leave, she wasn't acting upset or sad or anything, was she?
She was acting angsty.
Antsy?
Angsty?
Like anxious?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to turn to page 16 of your examination under oath and read to yourself exhibit 3 to 7.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that mom was acting normal and was not extra upset or extra sad?
I guess I'm just going to object. I would prefer that he ask if that refreshed his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember a lot of these interviews, so
Your
without
Honor,
going into the
I'm
entire
sure there's a
question.
legal objection coming somewhere.
Oh, no, you don't. I love to hate him.
Pending memory refresh with prior and consistent statements. So if you
Understood.
could just lay the foundation for one or the other or both.
Was mom upset or sad?
Upset or sad?
Yes.
No, I don't. She didn't seem upset or sad necessarily.
She seemed normal.
She seemed in a rush. She seemed like she was trying to quickly get us out of the house
Okay.
without seeing my father.
When you gave testimony and you were asked this question, just normal mom, your answer was, yeah, would that be right?
That's what it says, but again, I don't remember that.
Understood, but when you swore to tell the truth and you were 15-ish, 14-ish, you would have told the truth, right?
Not necessarily,
You might have lied under oath.
potentially.
And I want to direct your attention to a couple years later, when you testified at a hearing in 2010. And that's this one here, just this stapled piece of paper. You see that?
What? What are we looking
This
at?
one, yep, that has the same kind of caption. You see that one? Let me see. Nope, the other one. And I want to turn your attention to page 130. Lines 14 through 18.
Lines what?
14 to 18. You were asked the question, your mom was acting normally that day, is that true?
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object for the same grounds. Are we refreshing his memory? Are these prior inconsistent
This isn't-
statements? He's already said he doesn't remember.
Your Honor, this is an inconsistent statement. You just said she wasn't acting normally.
I'll allow it as
Thank you.
inconsistent statement.
No. The question was, your mom was acting normally that day, is that true? Your answer, that's true. And it's true to say that your mom was sad after the fire, and your answer was yes.
Again, I don't remember that day of the trial. I was in a daze. I was in a state of shock.
But you knew the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Yes,
You knew the difference between a truth and a lie. Yes?
yes,
You knew that when you take an oath and you swear with your hand that you have to tell the truth. True?
right.
And so you did tell the truth in that court
Oh,
hearing.
I'm
Again,
sorry,
I
hello.
don't remember that day,
That
and
sucks.
I was in a state of shock.
Sorry.
I don't remember the questions. I don't remember
I'd say I get time and a half for fixing other people's screw ups.
my responses.
Time and a half.
I don't remember
I have to
much
fix somebody else's
of
mess.
that time period.
Either way, just FYI, I think he's going to go for 2 days. He's still going strong. God almighty.
When
We got
your
about
mom
40
was-
minutes
and you
before we
guys
have
were
a
going to
Lord
the
Day Bill.
movies, your mom didn't tell you any type of specific time to come home, did she?
Not to me.
Okay. You didn't hear your mom say, look, I need you to stay out till after about 5 o'clock. Go do things, go to a movie. Just don't come back till dinner time. She never said that to you anyways.
Not to me, at least.
And you didn't hear her say anything like, look, just go out for a little bit and come back in an hour and a half, right?
Daddy
Yeah,
and I
I
need some
believe
personal
so.
time. We know what
With
personal
your
time
mom,
we
I
were
think you
thinking of,
testified,
not what Daddy was
told you
probably
that
thinking
your
of.
dad and her were arguing and they were working out a conflict.
They were married.
Not working out a conflict, working out the details of getting divorced.
Can I ask you to turn your attention, sir, to page 122 of that trial when you were under
I don't
oath?
remember it.
And look at lines 13 to 15.
Thank you, Case One.
question and
Yep.
answer given. Was there a reason given as to why she wanted you to go to the movies? Your answer was, they were working on a conflict. That would have been true.
If that's what I said, then a conflict is in getting divorced, separated, her moving in with Kim, or going to stay with Kim.
I know.
You told our jury this morning that you saw your dad as you were walking out, and he was in I think a recliner chair, like a lazy boy type chair.
I love that.
I can't remember
Shut
if it was a rocking
off
chair or
glory.
a recliner chair.
Would have been in the living room.
Yes.
He went on to glory, honey. I'm sorry, honey boo. I was talking to your daddy and he just went to glory. Glory, hallelujah.
Can I ask you to turn your attention to that same document, the trial testimony, at page 125? Lines
I had
12 to
another song,
17.
glory, glory, hallelujah, in my head.
Are you there?
Yes.
You were asked a question. When you left the house, before you left the house that morning, did you see your dad at all? Your answer
Yep.
was no. You didn't see him at all? I don't believe so. That was your testimony, right? Under oath?
Again, I don't remember that.
But if you were under oath,
18 years
if you
ago
were
and
to
I
tell
was
the
a
truth
kid.
in a court like this, you would have, right?
Again, not necessarily, because I was being told to say certain things by Linda at that time.
But at that time, January of 2010,
Prior to that,
you were living with Grandma Stermer, right?
And
sounds about right.
And you knew what perjury was, right?
I don't believe I did at that time, no.
how old were you?
Your dad
She
said,
was
could
watching
be,
him.
I'll use the word,
Oh, there's Grandma
loopy
Sterner.
before the 7th. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe we were told that he was on some medication for ear infection.
Okay. But you personally observed him before the 7th being loopy, right? It wasn't just being told.
I believe there was at one point he was kind of out of it.
Okay. But this was several occasions before the day of the fire, wasn't it?
Sounds about right.
In fact, you said one time you saw him in front of the refrigerator, open the door, and he just stood there. Well, you didn't even know what to do, right?
I don't recall.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory and ask you to turn your attention to page 132 of your testimony from January of 2010. And let me know when you get there.
Yeah.
Lines 12 through 16.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory about how he might stand in front of the fridge?
Vaguely.
Exactly. Let me ask you guys a question. Feel free to answer. Thank you. If you were on the jury and you were listening to this and you heard an adult man saying that my mom was controlling what we were saying, or someone was, and this lawyer is trying to impeach him, do you care? Do you believe what he's saying now? Does the inconsistencies affect you? If so, how? If not, why? I want to hear from y'all.
Your relationship after your, before the fire, you were pretty close with your dad, you said, right?
Yes.
But it was also easier to talk to Linda because she'd kind of let you get away with more things.
No, I wouldn't say that.
And give you permission, right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Let me turn your attention to this transcript that's in the binder. And I ask you to look at page 19. From 10
I would believe him now.
till 16. You see that?
Yes.
You were asked under oath. I'm not saying you liked one more than the other, but did you find it easier to talk to either your mom or your dad more than the other one? And your answer was probably our mom, because she would let us do more. And the question was, if you
Amen.
needed permission, she was a little easier to ask. Answer, yeah. That was your testimony under oath, right? Yes.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
And if you swore to tell the truth and you were asked that question and gave that answer, it's because it was the truth, right?
Probably, yeah.
You have any flavored mayonnaise one?
You said you had a lot of conversations with your mom after the fire about how it started, and she'd get mad, right?
I would try to have conversations about it, yes.
And she'd get mad.
She
You
would
said
either
hysterical once. I think that you said mad.
yeah, there was several times that she would either get hysterical and then angry or try to end the conversation.
But it was several times you'd done that, right?
There's a few at least.
Okay. I want you to turn your attention to the same document, page 20 at the bottom and the top of page 21. You there?
Yes.
You were asked a question under oath. Did you ever talk to your mom about how the fire started? And your answer was not really. Because when we did, I don't know, she was like really upset. So you really didn't talk to your mom much about the fire.
Like I said, I tried to.
You gave that question answer to that question under oath, so it would have been the truth.
Again, I was in a state of shock at that time, and I was trying to not think about it.
I think you were asking questions about, did you ever see mom and dad hit each other or anything like that, right?
When?
This morning?
I think the question was, was there violence?
Yeah, there never was, right? As far as you ever saw.
No, not really.
And the night before the fire, you would have gone to bed around 11 o'clock. You were 12 years old. It's on Christmas break, the last night before you go back to school, right? Or it would have been 2 nights, Saturday night.
I don't recall.
Okay, did you go to bed around 11 o'clock?
I have no idea what time I went to bed.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to that same binder at page 10. Lines 23 to 25. You with me?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory that you went to bed probably around 11 o'clock that night?
It doesn't refresh my memory, but the question is like 11, is that like 2 o'clock? I mean, I don't know how late you stay up. I said probably 11 or 12, so that,
So 11 or 12.
that could have.
Objection, Your Honor. He can't read it.
And you wouldn't have known what your dad might have been doing that day or the day before with regard to the furnace anyways, right?
I would have, I believe, because I was directly next to it. I shared a wall with it.
Right,
I know
Yana?
sleeping, but during the day, you guys were out, right? Would do things. It's Christmas break.
I don't believe we were out and about that much.
Would you agree if Trevor says we'd go to the mall a lot and do things because not much to do for a teenager in Lawrence? Would you agree with that?
Oh, I remember that
Sure,
year well,
I
but
wasn't
I got
always,
your meaning.
involved
that
in
well.
Corey and Trevor going to the mall.
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor.
May I beg the court's indulgence? May I have a moment, please? Please? I know. Well, some schools are. Yeah, depends on when that Monday falls and what time they get out. How many of y'all eat at Jimmy John's? This is the second time we've gotten an order delivered, and they can't get my order right.
You've told us here today that you don't remember a lot about that earlier testimony under oath. Remember that?
Yes.
Because you were smoking dope, right?
Yes.
And you were in a state of stress and flux, right?
Right.
Are
When
you smoking dope
when
now?
you met with the prosecutor, did you tell the prosecutor, you know, I don't have a very good memory of a lot of that stuff because I was smoking dope back then?
I don't recall ever saying that. Linda had basically encouraged me to smoke pot, so it kind of carried on after that.
Why?
Is there anything you're on now that's affecting your memory or making your memory better?
No.
Thank
you
you, Your Honor.
high?
Any other questions?
I would have said, are you high now?
Linda told you to go for a movie and breakfast. Is that accurate?
I don't recall. I don't recall her telling me specifically what to do. Just go to the mall, go to the movies.
Linda was your only parent left after the fire. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you're looking at that past transcript, does it refresh your memory of that you said it or that it happened?
Which?
Yeah, and when you look at that transcript, do you remember saying those things?
No, I don't.
Do you remember that those things were accurate?
I don't remember if those were necessarily accurate.
Are some of them not accurate according to your memory?
Yes.
Why would you have said some of the things that you said in that transcript?
Well, there was, leading up to that, before the trial, before Linda had gotten arrested, I felt threatened by her and what I might say.
So she wanted you to say some of those things you said?
I believe so, yeah.
You still relied on her at that time, is that correct? Did you rely on her
At the time of the trial,
at the time you made these statements?
I believe so.
Would you have relied on her for finances?
I believe so.
Are you under anyone's influence or threat today?
No.
Are you testifying from your memory of what actually happened?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Just a few, thank you. Did you say you felt threatened by your mom when you were giving this testimony?
Leading up to the testimony, I don't exactly remember what was going on at this time of the testimony.
If you look at that little stapled piece of paper, not the one with the, the case caption, that other one is police report. You see that? Yes. That was in October of 2009. You see that? Yes.
I don't know where, yes.
On the front page.
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel threatened by Linda then?
Was this prior to her being incarcerated?
I just want to know, did you feel threatened?
If it was prior to her being incarcerated, then yes, I did.
But certainly if it was before October of 2009, you wouldn't have felt threatened, correct?
Not necessarily.
You still would have felt threatened.
Potentially.
Okay. Well, I want to know your memory, not.
I don't know the exact timeline.
Okay. You were living, by the time you testified in the court hearing in January of 2010, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, since about the middle of summer. You remember that?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so, and when you spoke to this police officer in October, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 4 or 5 months, since the middle of summer.
Okay.
Right? Did you ever tell the police officer, I feel threatened by Linda?
I don't recall.
If it's, strike that. You don't like your mom very much right now, do you? Would that be fair?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
That's mildly putting it, right? You really, really dislike your mom right now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's probably sobbing over there.
You in 2009?
Oh, my birthday's in February, so would have been 15, I believe,
Oh, gosh, yes.
depending on the month.
15, depending on the month.
Yeah. 2009 would be 16.
And then in
15, 16, you're under the
2007,
influence.
when the fire happened and when you were talking to insurance agents and police officers, how old would you have been in 2007?
I was 12, almost 13.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All those times, obviously, you were old enough to know what telling the truth and taking an oath was, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, any questions of him? I've got at least one hand going up, couple.
Yeah. I agree. He's gone through enough, but man, stone chilled. I wouldn't be so cool.
Sidebar.
Okay, guys, electric music. Wake up. Little Susie. But that is the one thing that seems to have affected her more than anything is his testimony. Interesting. What do y'all think? I kind of like this guy. Feel bad for him, y'all. Royally feel bad for him. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Haley Mouse. Hello, baby. Thank you for that. There's still one more son. I like seeing the difference in their personalities. Sorry. Y'all. That must be hard, no matter who you are, to sit there and hear your son say, I don't like you. I think all of them are traumatized. And this just re-traumatizes them.
Sir, I have some questions from the jury. Okay, no objection from the lawyers. Did you kids have Linda's second cell phone when you went to the mall?
Good question.
I don't believe I was aware of the second cell phone until after the fire.
Did you, if you know, you may not know, did you at any time receive money from the insurance company to replace your lost items?
I don't believe so.
When did you start calling your mom Linda?
Ooh, good.
Pretty much as soon as I found out that she murdered my father.
Your Honor, I move to strike.
I knew that was coming.
Counsel were given the opportunity to object to the question. There's no objection, so I'm not going to strike his answer.
Good for you, lawyer.
Any counsel have any, thank you, sir. Counsel have any questions of him in light of those questions and answers?
Did you have your own cell phones as teenagers?
Yes.
And then you said you became aware of her having a second cell phone after the fire?
Yes.
How did you become aware of her having a second cell phone?
I believe Corey told me.
So you didn't personally know?
I wasn't necessarily aware of her having two phones, no.
You hadn't seen her with them?
It just didn't, I don't believe that I recognized it as two separate phones.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Oh, here he comes.
Regarding that question about calling Ms. Stermer Linda, you lived with your mom for a period of a couple of years after the fire, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, and you didn't call her Linda until sometime after about 2010. Would that be right?
I may have started calling her Linda when she would attack me when I was asking about the fire. I don't recall exactly when I.
Would, just trying to place it a little tighter, would it have been around the time you started living with Grandma Stermer?
No, it was probably as soon as she got incarcerated, and that I became aware that she was even being investigated.
Okay. But you said around the time
Yeah.
incarcerated. There was a time in June of '09 where Ms. Stermer was arrested for this fire. It's around that, and that's the time when you went to move in with Grandma Stermer, right?
Yeah.
And that's around the time when you just told us you started calling Ms. Stermer.
I really don't
Linda.
remember when I started calling her Linda.
But you started then calling it Linda instead of Mom.
Your Honor, I guess he's miscategorizing the witness's testimony. He said that he thought he
The
heard her
same
when he was
no,
being attacked.
speeches.
Understand. Really? Let her make an objection, you ass.
I am going to sustain that objection. He's indicating he doesn't remember.
Can we just get a caution, Your Honor, with regard to the speaking objections, form foundation?
You do it.
Legal objection.
What the hell?
Thank you.
What's good for the geese is good for the gander, jerk.
Objections are fine.
Thank you.
Questions? Either
All
of
right,
you?
guys, watch her expression with this. Watch it.
Your Honor, with regard to the speaking objections, form foundation is a legal objection. Thank you.
Objections are fine, and your objections are fine.
Thank you.
Watch her face.
Questions? Either of you?
She's like, asshole.
Mr. Mueller, any more questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury, do you have any other questions of him? None? Thank you, sir. You're done and you're excused from your subpoena. Okay.
Wonder how long his hair is.
Counsel, did you want to take a
It's long.
morning break at this time? Okay. So jury will take a 15-minute break. I know you've already had a short one, but, and remember the rules, no discussions.
Oh, I
about the
bet it's
case,
down.
No media, no social media.
The other son now comes. Oh, wait. All right, let's look at this for a second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They came back from their break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're winding down, as I'm sure you're happy to hear.
Really? You promise? You're
As
winding
you may
down?
tell, I like a closing argument to include two things. Number one, the facts. Obviously, we're not arguing the
I just had to do it, y'all. I don't know how long he's been arguing. I'm not keeping up with it. Son number 2 adopted, including the adopted son number 3.
So if you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And I'll actually take that document from you. Thank you. Is this defense? Mr. Mueller, this is yours. Thank you. And sir, you've got the microphone in front of your mouth. That's good. If you could give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Trevor Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you. Ms. Seidelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Trevor, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes, I did.
How'd you know him?
He was my dad.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my mother.
And in 2007, at the time of the fire, how old were you?
I was 14, turning 15 in a month.
Where did you live?
Lawrence, Michigan, County Road 215.
Who lived with you in that house?
My parents and my two brothers, Trent and Corey.
Can you describe the house for the jury?
It was a large house. My dad had built it from the ground up. We were all very proud of it. It's a wonderful home for our family.
How long had you lived there before the fire?
We had been there 2 years, approximately.
Was it 100% finished?
For the most part, I would say 95.
Was the 5% carpet and floor coverings?
There was a couple decks that were left unfinished on the outside. There was maybe one room that didn't have carpeting at that point. Well,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
the basement, I don't believe that was ever supposed to have carpet. We had an epoxy ceiling on the floor and then area rugs, but that was what it was meant to be.
That was what it was meant to be.
Yeah.
And then did you have a ceiling in the basement?
The bedrooms did. The main area, I don't believe that was supposed to have a ceiling at that point.
Where was your bedroom?
My bedroom was the loft area, the third level of the house.
So not the basement, right?
Well, I was only in my bedroom, the loft area, for about a week. Maybe my dad was working on it a couple weeks up to the fire and had just completed it. So I maybe only spent 5 nights in my actual bedroom Other than that, I slept in the basement with my brothers.
So when you say the loft, that wasn't the basement level, correct?
No,
And it wasn't the main level where the kitchen and the living room were,
No.
correct, right? So was it actually then the second story?
yes, there was another set of stairs that went just to the loft. It was one bedroom and that was my room.
Was it an open loft?
Nope, you would go up the stairs and there was a doorway on the right that would lead to my bedroom. That was the only room up there. But on the left side of the stairway, there was a small little landing area that looked over the great room.
Do you recall if you had smoke detectors in the house?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you recall how many rooms had smoke detectors?
All of them,
Do you recall if they were working or not?
yes.
How do you know they were working?
My dad installed every one of them. I knew how meticulous he was about his work and about safety. And there was times I could remember we'd be cooking in the kitchen or something and smoke would come up and all the alarms in the house would go off at that point because they were all connected. The whole house would sound.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Yes, I do.
And what do you remember about the night before the fire?
Sometime in the evening, maybe 7 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents. It was a really heated argument. We were instructed, I would have been staying in my bedroom upstairs in the loft area, but I was instructed to go down to the basement with my brothers because it was such a heated argument. And
Do you recall what it was about?
yes,
What was it about?
well, we could hear very clearly the argument. I mean, it was loud and you could just hear through the whole house down there. But started with finance and some issues that they were having, particularly Linda's horses and how that was draining our family. There was a lot of, the argument was spent about infidelities on Linda's part.
Do you remember how late into the night that arguing happened and that fighting?
I would say 10:30 p.m.
And you were in the basement then at that time?
Yes.
Did Linda come down into the basement that night?
She may have come down and just said goodnight, but didn't spend any significant time down there if she had.
She didn't watch TV with you?
No,
Didn't cuddle with anyone on the couch?
no,
Didn't sleep on the couch?
no.
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
Never saw.
I am trying to remember who said that they cuddled on the couch.
Physical violence.
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
No,
I have no idea.
You slept then in the basement that night?
that night I did, yes.
Whose room did you sleep in?
With my brother Corey. His and Trenton's rooms were connected.
Did you hear your dad working on the furnace the night before?
No, he did not come down that night.
Had you spoken to your parents about what would happen if there was a divorce?
I had had a talk with my dad at one point, never with Linda.
And that was prior to the fire?
Yeah, a couple months prior to that, my dad and I were sitting at the table and doing a Bible study, and he had brought up some issues that they were having in the marriage, and he said he was only sticking it out because of us kids at that point. And I told him, obviously, I would want to be with him. I would have lived with him if there was any split.
And then you stayed in the basement all night long? And
I just
slept
didn't know if somebody else said it.
That night,
that
yes,
night?
I had.
Do you recall what happened when you woke up or how you woke up?
I woke up earlier than my brothers that morning, probably 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. And I tried to go upstairs, and Linda had stopped me halfway up the stairs and told me to stay in the basement. I said, I'm going upstairs to get something to eat. She said, no, I'll bring you something down, and brought me down a Pop-Tart or a granola bar, something to that effect. So I went back downstairs and started watching TV. Then maybe around 9 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents again.
And you heard that argument
I did, yes.
and you were still in the basement?
Yes.
At some point, did Linda come down?
She did, yes.
And what happened when she came down?
Well, I had attempted to go upstairs again, and she met me at the bottom of the stairs that time and said, she called us boys together, said that we were going to be going up to Portage to go to the mall that day, and she needed us out of the house. She said that we had to go watch a movie. I told her I did not want to go that day, and she insisted.
You told her you did not want to go?
I did not want to go.
She tell you why she wanted you to go to the movie?
She said that her and my dad might continue to argue, and she didn't want us to hear that.
She give you any money?
She gave my oldest brother, Corey, $20.
So what did you do after she told you to go to the movies? Or the mall, excuse me, the mall.
It was probably 10:30. She came down and instructed us that we'd be going to the movies. We spent a little bit of time getting ready, my brothers and I, and around 11 a.m., we made our way upstairs, guided by Linda. And once we got to the top of the stairs, she was telling us to remain silent, don't disturb your dad. So we got to the top of the stairs, and the front entryway would have been on our right, going up the stairs, going out of the house. My dad was to the left. I tried to push my way to the left and go say goodbye to him that morning, because he would have wanted to know where we were going if we were leaving the house. She positioned herself in front of me, said, no, don't disturb him. He's sleeping right now. And I could see him there on the couch. So
You saw him in the living room?
yes, I did.
Did you see his face?
Yes,
Was he awake or was he sleeping?
he was sleeping or incapacitated.
He didn't have his eyes open.
No, he did not.
Did I move a strike, Your Honor? Speculating.
Response?
I think I asked him, what do you saw?
I'll allow the question and the answer. It's responsive somewhat to the question.
So you didn't talk to him before you left?
No, I did not talk to him.
And you said Linda physically pushed you away from the living room?
She positioned herself in between me and the living room at that point and put her hands up, told me, no, you guys need to get out of the house. And she said, very panicked, and said, don't disturb your dad, he's sleeping, be quiet. So at that point I went to the front entryway, proceeded to put my shoes on as my brothers were there as well. And the room circled back around from that entryway, kind of horseshoed around to the living room. After I put my shoes on, I again tried to go the opposite way to go see my dad, because it was just entirely uncommon that I would leave the house without seeing him, saying goodbye to him. And she ran in front of me at that point as well from the other direction and stopped me, said, no, you need to go.
So you said it was highly uncommon. What was common before you left the house?
We always told our dad where we were going. We'd give him a hug and a kiss goodbye and tell him when we would be back.
Was it common that your mom would leave her purse in her vehicle?
I don't think it would have been too common. Her purse was always with her.
Did you see her purse that morning when you came up from the basement?
It's possible. I can't say for sure.
Did she ever ask you to wait while she took her purse out of the blazer?
No,
Did she come out to the blazer with you as you were leaving?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever see Linda or did you know if Linda had more than one cell phone?
She had a second cell phone.
Did you see the second cell phone?
Yes.
Hey guys, I just realized I'm in a slap happy mood. I didn't sleep much last night. So
How did you know she had a second cell phone?
she is devastated right
The
now.
second phone had been around for several months prior to the fire. It originated as a business phone. My dad was aware of it at one point. They had a business, we had a large truck, and they would haul trailers and RVs out west to various states, and that was a business practice for them. That was a road phone, or it started that way. 3 months before the fire, my dad instructed her to deactivate the phone. There was no need for it. They were no longer doing that business venture. And she told him that she had deactivated it.
Was there a time that you saw your dad answer the second phone?
I don't recall seeing him answer it, but I do recall him being made aware of her still in possession of that second cell phone.
Do you ever recall any arguments about that cell phone?
Yes, I do.
What were those arguments about?
That was the night before the fire. You could hear him yelling about her still having the second phone in her possession and a bill that she had concealed from him indicating it was still in use.
Do you recall what vehicle you took then to the movies or to the mall?
We took the Chevy Blazer.
Who usually drove that?
That was Linda's vehicle at the time. My brother Corey was driving that morning.
I would say that.
Do you recall if you had a full
Refereeing.
tank of gas?
No, it would be highly unlikely that we had a full tank of gas.
Why would it be highly unlikely?
We never had full tanks of gas in our house.
Do you remember how you got the keys?
I don't recall.
Yep. She is trying to uphold the law, but
So
it's
you
hard to
went,
do
did you
through
go to the
Yahoo.
movies or did you go to the mall?
Yahoo.
We went to the mall first after doing some shopping and some returns that we had from Christmas items. We went to the food court, had a meal there. My brothers and I were discussing some of the divorce talk and how we would proceed as far as where we would live and what that would look like for our lives. And after we had eaten, we made our way over to the movie theater.
What happened when you were watching the movie?
Got a call.
About maybe a third of the way through the movie, I had received a call from a good friend of ours named Steven.
What did you do when you got that call?
He was very panicked when I answered. You could hear in his voice a high level of stress, and he said that your house is on fire. You need to come home right now. And at that point, I didn't ask him if he was joking around or if he meant it. I could just tell he was serious by the tone in his voice. And I stood up and grabbed my brothers and said, "We need to get out of here right now." And took him a minute, but I just grabbed him by the arm and said, "We need to go home right now."
Did you go back to the house?
We did.
What'd you see when you got back there?
Could see our home up in flames. We were stopped at the end of the drive. They had it taped off, but the house was engulfed in flames. I remember looking at my bedroom in particular was just gone. The top level was just gone.
Were you able to go up to the house?
No, they stopped us at the end of the driveway.
Do you recall where you went?
They put us in the back of a cop car, and maybe 5 minutes after that, we drove over to a friend's house of mine, Mr. Masali. They were just our neighbors, and we drove there and waited most of the evening for any details.
Did Linda come then to Mr. Masali's house?
Much later.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
We stayed at my grandma Sandy's house, or apartment.
Did Linda stay there too?
She did.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Hardly. I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Grandma Sandy that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where Linda was?
Us three boys would have been out in her living area. She had a pull-out couch, and Linda was staying in my grandma's room. My grandma may have pulled up some blankets on a floor there, and I remember my grandma being awake still, and everyone else was asleep. And I saw her go sit down and just start crying, and I went and sat with her.
You saw who?
My
crying?
grandma.
Oh,
And you were out with
baby.
her on that pull-out couch?
No, she went and sat down on the kitchen floor, and I couldn't sleep, obviously, that night. I think everyone else was asleep, but I just watched her for a little bit, and then after seeing her cry, I just walked up and sat with her on the kitchen floor.
Hmm.
Did you remember that if you had any pets at the time of the fire?
We had 2 dogs.
Did you have a cat?
No, we had no cats in that house.
Why are they asking about a cat?
Is it common at your home to have
It's driving me crazy.
gas cans out in the wintertime?
Why are you asking about a cat?
Depends where you would say out. There were specific areas on our home that gas cans would have been stored.
Where was that?
There was a large semi-trailer that we had built lean-tos off of, and there was a horse stalls on one side of that lean-to and an area where my dad would keep his tractor and various other tools and stuff.
And the gas cans would be there?
There would have been 2 5-gallon gas cans right near the tractor area.
Would it have been common to have 1-gallon gas cans in the yard?
No, that would have not been common.
Would it have been common to have a 1-gallon gas can in the front yard?
No,
Do you have a snow blower?
no, we never had a snowblower.
Any reason in January you would have known to have a gas can in the front yard? I'm asking if he knows.
Overruled.
There would be no reason I could think that we'd have a gas can in the front yard.
What was the size of that tractor?
It was a very
How about a
large
red Polo
tractor.
cup and a leaf
Where
blower?
was that stored?
It was kept under the overhang.
The same overhang you discussed
have
then
any
in
one
the
of those?
backyard?
It wasn't necessarily in the backyard. It was off to the south of the house, maybe 150 feet away from the house.
Did Linda or your dad ever ask you to move any framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall where pictures would have been stored in the house if they weren't on the walls?
Likely under the basement stairs, there was a little storage area down there.
Where were the Christmas decorations stored in the house?
Does it matter?
I'm not sure if we kept them in the house. They may have been brought out to the trailer I mentioned with the overhang. We use that as a storage unit, basically. If they were in the house, I don't recall.
Before the fire, let's even just say the months before the fire, do you recall your father working on the furnace?
Within a month of the fire, probably yes.
Okay. And how about the night or the day before the fire?
He had not done any work on the furnace in those nights.
Had you had issues with the furnace?
Likely a month before the fire, but not directly leading up to it.
Do you know what issues, or did you have any knowledge, any personal knowledge of that?
I couldn't say what was actually happening, but it wasn't turning on at one point, and my dad would have done a repair to mend that.
Did you ever have problems getting down your driveway out to the road, the main road?
No, it was a gravel driveway and very flat. We would have made our
Be
way
right
fine.
back, comfort break.
Did you ever go down with vehicles in from the side yard into the backyard?
In the drier months, it was common. In dry conditions, it was common for us to drive around to the basement. But there was a couple incidents leading up to the fire where it was wet conditions, and we had a couple vehicles get stuck down there. And my dad told us, don't drive any more vehicles down there. I'm not getting the tractor out to pull them out. So it was known, if it was wet, you don't drive down there.
So on a rainy day in January, it would be uncommon for someone to drive down there?
Very uncommon. We would have been in trouble.
Did Linda tell you what happened after the fire?
Bits and pieces.
What did she tell you?
She had initially told us that she was doing laundry in the basement and she heard screams from upstairs, that she made her way upstairs and cracked open the door and saw just smoke and fire, and closed the door and ran back down the stairs and out the basement.
Did she ever tell you anything different from that?
It changed. Little parts would change depending on the date. Many times the door that she exited out would vary. And if I questioned her about it, usually she would just break down in tears, and I would drop the questioning at that point. She never really wanted to open up and talk about it. And I guess I felt sympathy in that regard, and I didn't want to hash it out with her, though I wanted clarity on that because it didn't make sense to me.
She ever get mad at you for asking about the differences?
Yes.
And what happened during those occasions?
Same thing. She would get hysterical and start crying, and until I stopped questioning. And if you accused her of of saying something different, then she would get angry and almost violent with us, especially with my younger brother, Trenton.
Your younger brother, Trenton?
Yes.
What did you see?
Trenton would make very direct accusations at her, and she would either hit him herself, or I'll never forget, she had told me, Trevor, if you hear him making those accusations, I want you to silence him. You hit him, you do what it takes, you silence him, don't let him say those things. And that was very uncommon because I was bigger than my younger brother, and if we had fought in the past, I would be reprimanded for it. So it was generally, I was told to protect Trenton, and never would any of my parents told me to actually harm him intentionally.
And that's why it stuck out in your head?
Yeah, very clearly.
Did Linda ever tell you what to say before the insurance depositions or before you spoke about what happened?
Yes.
And what did she tell you to say?
There were three things in particular that she wanted us to be on the same page about. She wanted us to downplay how severe the fight that night of the fire was. She didn't want us to really detail how severe that fight was, and it was severe. That was the most heated argument I'd heard from my parents. Second, she didn't want us discussing any talks of divorce to the insurance agent. And the most important one, she wanted us, if we were asked how we thought the fire started, she told us, say it was a chimney fire.
And she told you those things?
Yes.
Did she tell you what to say before any court hearings?
She knows she's screwed.
Not that I recall. We weren't very close leading up to the court hearing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We weren't very close leading up to any court hearings.
So when you say you weren't very close, do you mean relationship-wise?
Yes. We had lived with her 2 years after the fire. The only information we would get was from her. We were very isolated and naive to a lot of the things that were going on. But as details started to emerge, we distanced ourselves from her.
Did she ever talk to you about her affair?
It was pretty common knowledge that it did occur. She did not want to discuss it, I'm sure of that.
Were you aware of an item that Linda described as a duck boat on your property?
Yeah.
What was that?
My dad had a small plastic boat, maybe 6 feet long. It was a rowboat of sorts, and we had a very large pond in the very back of our property. It's probably a 30-acre pond, and he would do duck hunting back there. He used that boat to just to do some of that hunting on.
On your pond?
Yes.
And you said it was plastic?
Yes,
Yes.
that is
Did it
what
have
they
any
put his
seats in
body in.
It had one seat, one removable seat, I believe.
Did it have an engine on it?
No.
Ever have an engine on it?
Like
No.
a sled.
And you said it was
Use
made
as
out
a
of
boat.
plastic.
I know what it is.
As I recall, yes.
Do you recall what color it was?
Yes.
What color was it?
Probably mostly black and green. My dad had let me spray paint it at one point.
He let you spray paint it?
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's supposed to be camouflage. I did my best.
You tried to make it camouflage?
Yes.
Didn't turn out very well?
I guess not. I had fun doing it though.
Oh.
Were you dependent upon Linda for finances when you were talking to insurance agents and when you were testifying?
Yeah.
Because she was your only.
Yes, we were very much dependent.
Did she ever tell you what would happen if you didn't say those things that you told the jury?
She said it was important that we do well at the deposition, that if they denied our claim that we wouldn't have anything, that we couldn't rebuild anything, and we wouldn't have a home.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stermer.
Good morning.
I just spoke to your brother a little while ago. And I'll tell you the same thing. I've got some things I just want to clarify and understand. This has been difficult for you. I just hope you understand. I'm just trying to do my job.
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't kill the messenger.
In this case, in January of 2010, you remember that?
Okay.
And you remember, does it jog your memory? Yeah, I remember I gave testimony
Green sled.
in a court.
A testimony?
Yeah, like this, just like what you're doing.
Yes, 2010.
Okay. You were under oath back then, you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you were 17 years old, right? 15 at the time of the
Probably
fire.
18 at that point.
18, an adult.
Yes, sir.
You would have known what it meant to take an oath, to swear, tell the
This is what it looks like. Oh, dag nabbit. Get rid of it. It's similar to this, but the seats are removable. So it's very similar to that. Let me go back. Here we go. That's exactly, there it is. That's what we're looking at. And it can look like a sled. They have all different kinds and styles, but that's what that looks like for those who do not know. Okay. Let me get the screen up.
of 2009, just a few months before that hearing. Remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, but you remember you talked to a police officer.
What did you say the date was?
October
Of
fall.
2009?
Yep.
I don't recall a specific conversation at that point.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'll show you a document. It says it's a follow-up report with Trevor Stermer from October 8th.
Okay. For those of you who didn't see it, here's another version. Here is another version. This is the one where you put your own seat. They don't have a seat, so you have removable in that one. I can see why some people may call it a big sled. Definitely can.
2009. You see your name on there?
I do.
All right. Does that kind of jog your memory? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I gave a statement or
Was my
interview with the
mother.
police.
Yep.
Okay.
Does it? Okay. I don't know. Does it jog your memory? I remember now. Yeah. In the fall, I gave an interview.
I don't recall that specific conversation, but it's likely that I would have.
Okay. And then also, while you were still 15, or maybe, when's your birthday?
February.
So you would have been 16. You gave a test statement under oath to a lawyer for the insurance company. Remember that? You just talked about that.
I think I would have been 15 at that time.
All right. Would you agree with me, sir, that in general your memory is better now or better 15 years ago than it is now?
My memory is very clear now.
Would it also be fair that you don't really like your mom too much?
That would be fair.
Would it be even more fair that you really dislike your mom a lot?
Dislike's not the word I would use.
If we use the word, it's a strong word, you hate your mom?
I don't hold hate in my heart. I'm horrified. I was horrified by my mother.
But when you gave that testimony in a court hearing in January, you had been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, right?
October 2009?
No. In January of 2010, you gave testimony at a court hearing. You remember that?
Yes. I was not living with my grandmother at that time.
Who were you living with?
I was living in a student apartment complex called the Arboretums.
Not with any family?
Not with any family, no.
Okay. You had been apart from your mom for some time, since about the summer of 2009, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach too? That document I just gave you, does that jog your memory that, yep, it was January of 2010, I gave testimony at court hearing?
That sounds accurate as far as the testimony at that
And when
time.
you were under oath, then you swore to tell the truth, and you did tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to the police officer, did you tell him the truth too? And he was trying to find out what happened.
Yes.
You would have known it's important to tell the officer the truth.
Correct.
I want to talk to you just a little bit. You talked about the furnace. The furnace would shut off every now and then, right?
I wouldn't say it would shut off every now and then. There had been an issue in the past, and my dad had resolved that.
May I approach, Your Honor? You see that first page where it says September 6, 2007?
Yes, I do.
And there's a man named Mr. Willison from the insurance company. He was asking you questions under oath. See that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to page 16. Lines 20 to page 17, line 2. You see that?
I really like all three of these
Yes, I
guys.
do.
I feel bad for
You
them.
asked the
I
question,
really do.
any furnace trouble? And your answer was, our furnace every now and then would
You will hurt for a long
turn
time.
it down too low, it'd switch off, and my dad had to reprime or something. And then he asked, did you ever have to do that? Did he teach you how to do it? You answered, he never taught me how, but he had me hold the bottle while he drained it. See that?
Okay.
So it was every now and then, not just one time, right?
I suppose it could have happened more than once.
And in terms of gas cans that you said, it would be very uncommon to see a gas can in the front yard. You remember that?
Yes.
Telling us that. Let me try to get a picture of what you had in the property. It's a farm. You had a big tractor, you said, right?
Yes, there was a large tractor.
Big tractor. You had riding mowers.
Most of these, if not all three, already have children.
That would function? No.
Okay. Did you have push mowers?
No,
Didn't have push mowers?
not that I recall.
Mm.
If I turn to the same document on page 18. I'm looking at line 2. to 4.
Okay.
See that? Does that jog your memory? Oh yeah, you had riding mowers and sometimes your dad would use the tractor.
Like I said, there was riding mowers on the property, but they were all broken down at that point.
Did you ever use the big tractor? Were you old enough?
I had.
It's used in the wintertime to drag bales of hay for the horses, right?
I would assume we used it to assist with the horses. I don't recall specifically what attachment we would have had to move large round bales of hay though.
But you wouldn't disagree that horses had to be fed in the winter too.
Absolutely.
And they have to have, and then you had bales of hay all around the property, right? Or you brought them in.
Sure, we brought in hay.
Okay. And so you'd use a tractor to drag the bales.
If they were round bales, that would be accurate.
You testified it's completely uncommon, or did you say it would be unheard of to have gas cans in the front?
I believe it would be very uncommon.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to that stapled piece right there. Yep. This was testimony you gave under oath in January of 2010. You swore to tell the truth just like you did now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you did tell the truth because you were under oath and you know what that means.
Yes.
Right. I want to turn your attention to page 113.
Okay.
On line 13, you were asked a question. Well, going back a little bit, you'd say you had 3 or 4 gas cans, you had a riding mower. You see that just a little bit above that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then it wasn't unusual for your mom to be the person who filled gas cans, was it? And your answer was, it wouldn't be unusual. No, right?
For her to fill gas cans?
Yeah.
No.
It wouldn't be unusual.
No, it wouldn't be terribly unusual.
And your dad would too, I imagine.
I'm sure we all would.
Okay. Then it says, line 16, and it wasn't unusual for there to be a gas can near the front of the house that needed to be filled. Was there? Your answer was depending. Then the question was, sometimes when the cans were empty and they needed to be filled, rather than leaving them out.
I guess I'm going to object again. Instead of reading the testimony into the record, if he wants to ask a question about a prior inconsistent statement or
I sent
use
you
it
the
to refresh his
link.
memory, I prefer that we use the proper form.
Wait. I'm sorry.
If I may be allowed. to
Sorry,
respond.
that's the other live.
He said that it was completely uncommon.
It doesn't start for another 21 minutes. or so.
Showing him his testimony and impeaching with prior inconsistent statement under oath at a trial.
And that's fine, but I would do it in this
I'll bring
framework
you in
of
on
prior
this one.
inconsistent statement. Didn't you say at such and
So
such
the
and such?
invite that I sent you earlier is for the one coming up in
It
about
can
30
be,
minutes.
was this question asked and this question
The
answered?
one I'm sending you is the one I'm live on now.
I think the proper way is to say to the witness, isn't it true, or something to that effect? Isn't it true that at the prior hearing you said?
Isn't it true at this prior hearing that you said it was not unusual for gas cans to be left by the front porch, where they'd be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station so they could be filled up? And your answer was yes. Isn't that true?
That is what it says, yes.
You know, it says that, and that answer was given to that question because it was the truth, as you just told us. True?
Like I said previously in the answer, depending, there would be circumstances.
But then when you ask a specific question, just a little bit further, it wouldn't be unusual to have these by the front porch. And your answer was yes. Am I right?
I did say yes.
Okay. And you did say yes because you were under oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you did tell the truth.
I think it was a complicated question with layers, and I was instructed to give a yes or no answer.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but it was just so that gas cans could be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station so that they could be filled up, right? You weren't told to answer yes or no.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your dad, he worked obviously around the farm too, right?
Sure.
But your mom, she loved that house and she loved the whole property, her being a horse, I won't say fanatic, horse lover.
She certainly loved her horses.
Okay. She didn't think of the house as just someplace to live, did she?
I couldn't tell you how she felt about it.
Well, let me direct your attention to that other testimony on this little binder. And turn to page 27. Line 15. You did know at that time that she cared about the house, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again.
Okay, guys, we're hopping on over. Y'all come see me over there. We're going to go into the Lori Daybell trial in a minute. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.